Our courts are based on clear and convincing evidence. Want convictions? Want justice? For what happened in the 2020 election? Then we need your help. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The decision you make in the next few moments could decide whether we ever get our elections fixed or not. Here's why. Trump campaign and allies file 64 different lawsuits. They all went down in flames. 100% of these cases were presented on "It's the machines," or "The machines changed the votes," or "The voting company executive said he would make sure Donald J. Trump would not win." They all went down in flames. Why? You can't bring theories to court as evidence. No supposed Zoom call or six-degree polynomial math theory or census data is or ever will be proof of fraud. You can't bring theories to court as evidence. Here's why. In both civil and criminal law, the side making a claim carries the burden of proof, and prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Without physical or otherwise verifiable evidence, a case cannot meet this high threshold. Physical evidence is the key. The question is, did anyone get relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election? And the answer is yes, absolutely. The full forensic audit of Maricopa County, Arizona is the only evidence-gathering work which gathered relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election. Evidence so damning that the system, the deep state, and those who pull the strings of this country have fought to keep it hidden and have hoped to have it be forgotten to time. Almost $3 million invested in time, funds, and efforts to unlock that which the system wanted hidden. But now, that evidence is in danger of being lost forever. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. With the 2026 midterms coming up, the system is going to try to lame duck President Trump and then most likely introduce new impeachment proceedings. This is the evidence which will help win the war which is surely to come. We need to keep Maricopa County full forensic investigation and archive secure and ongoing. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We need your help securing the full forensic audit archives. Don't allow the only testable, objective, and reliable 2020 election evidence fall into obscurity. Millions were spent on getting it documented and tested. This is historic evidence. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County full forensic audit archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. Please donate now.
Okay, folks, welcome back to The Craft. This is a multi-part series. All I am covering is prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. This is part 3. There will probably be, looks like 5. But we are on part 3, prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. Now, the reason I'm covering this is you understand across the country, things are heating up in a very serious way. You're starting to see President Trump talk about mail-in ballots. We have been 15 plus 100 days in this fight, folks, right? If we go back from the time that we were approved to do the Arizona audit, it's been that long, 4 years, 4 months. And you witnessed history when that was done, because remember, Maricopa, fourth largest county in the United States of America, second largest voting block of people, and more voters than many states. Now, since this is heating up, and you understand there were 64 cases brought on behalf of Trump or through Team Trump, every one of them did not make it through the court for various reasons. Go back to other episodes to see why on that. Now, what we're doing is, this is significant. I'm covering this for very specific purposes. We are going to go back through this when the midterms come. All hell is going to break loose. I just want you to understand that, give you a significant heads up. In today's program, in this training series, I'm going to go back and show you some things that were said. You're probably now going to hear them with a different set of ears. Now, why is all of this important? All of this data that was collected in Arizona is the most significant data ever collected in an election of any kind and understanding what happened. But the fact that it's been 4 years and 4 months, I'm just telling you, is killing us. Why I'm going over the laws for you is because you have to be able in a court to duplicate it, which means the information has to be preserved. In our historic audit of Arizona, we processed 20,895,610 various digital forensic images in varying formats. It produced, as we applied technology to it, right, looking at everything, mapping everything, etc., it produced 208 million individual evidence proof files. It conducted over 58 billion forensic measurements, and that was based on over 2 trillion individual base computation. The bottom line is this evidence is so critical to history. It's critical to the future of our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and we need you now more than ever, because it's very simple. We spent millions doing this on our own, never had a fundraiser for what we do, but the system tries to wear you out. And we are oh so close in this. As you hear President Trump talk about the mail-in ballots, etc., and we're trying to fix this in our nation, this is the only evidence of what happened that exists. We need you to help us preserve it. If this evidence goes away, because the courts require documented, provable, repeatable, testable evidence, it's lost forever. Now, that's why I'm doing this. 2,000 plus people worked, volunteered their time, gave over a month of their time away from their jobs and family under horrible circumstances. If this evidence is gone, it can't be prosecuted on. The state, the county, they've already deleted their evidence, right? It's not up to any one person. Everybody wants it to be one person. Why can't it be President Trump or this? It's up to us. All of us have a vested interest in this. So what I'm doing in this particular episode is we're going to go over more pieces of evidence. I am asking you to understand, if you were sitting there in court and you have your court instructions and we're covering it only by rule of law, what's the key word here? Prosecutable criminal evidence. Prosecutable criminal evidence. You can't just take this and set aside. It has to be maintained in perfect chain of custody. If you change it, they can say you changed it, and then it's no good. It has to stay in perfect chain of custody. That's how it works. You have to prove it has never been changed. Here it is. It's always stayed in this mode. It's the original data. That's the rule of evidence. So let me explain to you how the rule of evidence works. Pay attention. Take notes if you have to, okay? Now, our courts follow what's called the federal rule of evidence, right? They have the ability, okay, in that they will exclude anything that is not relevant and considered not reliable. Evidence has standards. This series is to go through those standards. You're going to learn what a standard is if you pay attention. But they have to follow rules of evidence. Now, they'll always do it on technicalities of words. Always, 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 always. Let me give you a good example, okay? I'll probably play this video a few times, but I'm going to give you, let's see, where is it? Hang on. A really good example so you understand, we got so much data for this program this morning, that words matter more than you could ever, well, okay, where the hell is it? Dingy dingy dong. I'll have to put it up in a minute while you guys get it, okay? Words matter. Words are super, 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 super critical. The system tries to get attorneys, people, public, etc., to use one set of words. It's the pregame. They butter you up in the pregame so you use the wrong words so they can disqualify it when it comes to court. So the way the court works is, here it is. The second part is hearsay, speculation, or unsupported theories are generally unacceptable. Now, you know what those words mean. So many people stray away from those words. Hearsay. What's hearsay? You know, what's speculation? You have to drive within the rules. And by the way, SC Blues, thank you so very much for that generous tip. You can do it right here in Rumble. You can actually support us by going to Save the Evidence, right? Save the Evidence 2020. It's on your screen. Thank you so very much. I think we've all been on this curve for so long, you understand that words matter here. But the courts don't allow hearsay, speculation, or unsupported theories. They're basically generally inadmissible. Now, I want you to pay attention to something here very critical. This is critical in today's lesson. Expert testimony is allowed only if based on a reliable methodology applied to, what's the last words? Actual evidence. Now, this is so key. You can testify, but it must be based on actual evidence. And that's the key word there, actual evidence. Okay? Now, how does the system rig this? See, you keep on saying, these corrupt judges, these, that. See, what you're not doing is exactly what a jury has to do. You have to kick out all the rhetoric. You have to kick out everything you believe. You have to kick out your personal opinion. You have to kick out who you like, who you hate, and you got to start as a blank slate. But see, what's going on when you see these cases is you are watching all this amateur analysis of it, combined with your own feelings, combined with, oh, screwing courts, they're rigged. I'm just asking you, just for this, you can hate them all you want, and a lot of them are rat bastards. But you've got to get very serious about this, because what everybody wants is everybody wants prosecutable criminal evidence leading to convictions. Okay? This is where you have to set these things aside. It's a very important exercise. Now, the key here is actual evidence. Now, how does this work? Actual evidence. Put in chat, what would be in your mind at this moment in time evidence in an election? What are the pieces of evidence in an election? What would they be? Okay. Evidence in election. Right? What is it? Well, ballots is one. That's evidence in election. The paper that the ballot is printed upon is evidence in an election. It's all got to be provable facts, so that requires physicality. Get it? So evidence, everything is based on physical evidence. Now, what it requires by law is everything has to be applied to actual evidence. Everything must be applied. Signatures is actual evidence. Envelopes is actual evidence. You got it? So you can't apply anything by law to come up with your theory without actual evidence. That's it. Actual evidence. That is the rule of law. So now you kind of understand what evidence is. What would be investigation? That's the next part of this, right? Actual investigation. That means you're looking at it, you're auditing it, whatever the case may be. What comes next? You've got physical evidence. You've got an investigation. What's next? Chain of custody documents would be actual physical evidence. There you go. Well, what comes next is assessment. You got to have evidence. You've got to investigate the evidence. Okay. Then you have to assess what is the outcome of that investigation. And then what's the last thing you get to apply? Theory. What happened? Where is theory in that process? First is evidence. Second, you've got to investigate it, audit it, inspect it. You got to do all you're going to do to it. Third, that comes in line from that, is you have to assess it. Now, that's basically built upon the scientific formula. Only when you've done those can you, as an expert, make your theory known. It's absolutely dead last. Now you understand why there's a formula, because if it doesn't go in that dead last segment, it is considered hearsay or speculation or unsupported theory. Why is that? Because why? You didn't start with evidence. You didn't inspect, investigate, or audit the evidence. Remember, it's got to be relevant. You didn't say, what did the evidence tell me? And now, based on all of that, you can only present your theory. That's the deal. Now, why do they do this? Physical evidence, and you know this all the time, you've seen it on TVs and movies. It can be anything from fingerprints to DNA to documents to video weapon. It has to be, now pay attention, examined by experts. Supposedly, if you're going to be the expert, you got to examine it by experts. It's got to be tested scientifically. Everybody asked, why did we publish a scientific reader for the Arizona audit? This book right here is every scientific method we created and deployed, how it's been used in the past, how we apply it, and therefore you can duplicate it. In other words, we can take this book right here and you hand it over to any team in the world and say, here's our methodology, here's every science, every technology, how they've been used in the past and verified, and how we applied it. follow this standard and then take this evidence. Now, why do you do that? Because it has to be cross-examined. Period. So you understand the formula. This is where we're going. You don't go to this extent. This is following the scientific method required by law. You can't say, well, I just feel, I just think. You got to be able to say, here you go, do it for yourself. Everything in court evidence has to be done that way. And see, you already know this. They tested a blood test, and it has XXX chance of being the criminal defendant, whatever. They allow that blood to be retested by another group to say what they say, or that hair, or that footprint, or that fingerprint. This is where the term by the book comes from. If you are a professional in any part of research and science, you must publish your scientific reader of how you do what you do and why, what methodologies use. So that's what this book is. This is the rule of law. Now, as you go down this, right? Okay. In reliability or verifiability, you come to the part that says theories and opinions are inherently subjective, even if offered by experts. Now, here you go. They must be grounded in reliable data or evidence to be admissible. It can't be an opinion. It cannot be an opinion. And we don't have watermarked ballots. So right now in the United States of America, watermarked ballots aren't something you can present as evidence because they don't exist. We don't have them. There's a lot of talk about them, but we don't have them. Now, the reason the court does this is because the issue of false convictions. That's why they do it. So let's go a little bit deeper. Now, on the evidence hierarchy, here is what it is. It requires tangible proof. Now, this is in order of importance to the court.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
It requires tangible proof. Now, this is in order of importance to the court. Documents, forensic test, witness testimony about first-hand observations. Witness testimony, but first-hand observations. Now, interpretation is, as I told you last, it's the theories about what the evidence means. Pay attention to this. Courts allow interpretation only, pay attention to the bold, after the evidence is presented. There are only interpretations after the evidence is permitted. Now, all I'm covering right now in this, not changing topic, is what, when it comes to election evidence, okay, what is allowed, what isn't allowed, etc. Okay? Just very, so very important. I'm asking you to understand it. That's what we're having to do in this process. This is why we're having to go through it. This is why we're breaking it down, because so many people don't understand from a procedural standpoint what is evidence, what is not evidence, what can be presented, and how can it be presented. That's why we're going through this drill. Now that you understand that part, and by the way, if you haven't shared this program, right, please share it. Why we're doing this is we've got to protect this critical evidence of the Arizona audit. It's the only physical evidence in the world, folks. Okay, it's it. And so that's why we have to protect it. Now, as I go through this drill, I'm showing you what the courts require. To give you an example of interpretation, a bullet casing is evidence. An expert opinion that it matches the defendant's gun is an interpretation, but it's still rooted in physical object. To kind of give you where we are when it comes to our elections. Now, this is the difference here that I think many people don't understand when it comes to this, is they don't understand the varying differences, okay? The varying differences in what this is. So here you go. We do have the Election Assistance Commission. Pay attention. It creates voluntary guidelines, but it lacks, that's why I underlined it, it lacks enforcement or regulatory authority. Basically, it can only recommend. Nothing's written in stone. It's all voluntary. Now, the reason for voluntary status on this is to protect the state's autonomy, which is how our structures are related. Remember, we don't have federal elections that have some state components. We have state elections, all different, that happen to have some federal components. Each state governs each state. There you go. Now, it's up to the state of what are they going to do. Some incorporate, all of them, incorporate their voluntary voting system guidelines and law or testing process. Others have their own. Now, the authority in all of this, okay, is HAVA, Help America Vote Act. And it defines the Election Assistance Commission's duties, but it limits its ability to make mandatory rules. Now, this is how it works in this scenario. You got voluntary guidelines ruled by HAVA. HAVA says it's up to the states to adopt their guidelines. The states, when it says, how do you comply? They say, we follow EAC guidelines. That's compliance. EAC guidelines, it's all voluntary. It's up to the state. The state can adopt what they follow. That's ruled by HAVA. The state must have that choice. So to comply with choice, the states make a decision. What decision do they make? Well, we'll follow the Election Assistance Commission, which is voluntary. Now you understand. Okay. We're going to go through a process today of looking at many of the things that have been presented all over the place as evidence. Hang on one second. Let me see if I've got the right one. Things that have been presented as evidence, okay? Now, everything is dependent upon, 100% dependent upon, it's got to be duplicatable, it's got to be reliable, and it has to be able to be tested. So you understand the ground rules, right? So I'm going to run you through some things we've seen to help you understand, okay, why did 100% of all the cases that were brought after 2020, why'd they get chunked? 20 of them, right off the bat, 20 of them, the court said, get out of here, it's junk. But see, those were the first 20, so everybody kind of followed that stuff. The second 30 in that line, they did get to court, and there was some debate about it because they're trying to modify, but all of those went away as well. They just, no go, it's wrong, because there's procedures. Last but not least, the last 14 were just dropped by Trump. Now, let me get you to understand what's going on. Federal court, let's call it national rules, federal court, state court, state court. We happen to have state elections that have federal components. So let's say you want to jump, you want to shortchange the process. We're going to skip state court. We're going to go to federal court. So if we don't get what we want, then we can go to the Supreme Court faster. You follow? Because you don't want the lower courts dragging it out. So you decide in your legal strategy to jump and make it a federal suit. Well, most of those cases at federal court, they says, wait a minute, you didn't go through the state court. You got to go through state court. You don't have standing to be here in federal court. See how it works? They kick it back to state court. Now, everybody considers that a lost case. It's technically not a lost case, but you have to follow procedure, period. You have to follow procedure, and they didn't. That's how it works. So some people thought they could leap the line and do it. Now, I want to show you a few things, okay? I want to show you a few things, etc. Now, here's what you need to know. Federal law cannot mandate every state audit their elections in a certain way. That's why you got to have procedures. That's why everybody has to be on the same page. It looks like everybody complies, but it's not right. So first, I want to play for you. Some things that I want you to pay attention to the words, and I'll give you bits and pieces. Ready? Here we go.
It's impossible. And now what if you found out every game you turn the channel, they were all the same score? This is what these cast vote records are showing. And I go, you got to be kidding me. And then they warned me. They said, well, Mike, there's only one bad thing. He goes, by federal law, you have to hold them 22 months. Remember, this was June of 22. So we had to get every cast vote record we could by September 3rd of 2022. So I put out a call to the nation. By then, Lindell TV was getting pretty big, everybody. And I put out a call on my show. Everybody go get the cast vote records, which you all can get under the Freedom of Information Act.
Okay. The reason I'm doing this is your particular vernacular, your particular understanding of what happened in 2020 for most people comes through that filter. Now, what analogy does Mike use? What does Mike say? Ready?
It's impossible. And now what if you found out every game you turn the channel, they were all the same score? This is what these cast vote records are showing. And I go, you got to be kidding me. And then they warned me. They said, well, Mike, there's only one bad thing.
Okay. 1,000 cast vote records. That means 1,000 places out of 3,431 or something like that. So one third of the nation was looked at, and every vote was the same. Now, let me ask you a question. I want you to put in chat, what does that mean to you? Remember, all I'm doing here is we're looking at it through the views of the court. Through the views of the court. So if you were to go hire an attorney and you got your expert over here and your expert is saying 1,000 places had exactly the same votes and outcome. Well, the attorney, because you're hiring them, is going to take your word for it, and that's your expert. The attorney is then going to basically write that into their lawsuit. Are we in agreement? The attorney, which is hired, is going to do what they're told. Now, can you expect an attorney to, one, understand technology, understand how the machines work, understand all this other stuff? Can you expect an attorney to know that? Right? Okay. I want you to listen to the words again, and then I'm going to ask you some direct questions, but please pay attention.
It's impossible. And now what if you found out every game you turn the channel, they were all the same score? This is what these cast vote records are showing. And I go, you got to be kidding me. And then they warned me. They said, well, Mike, there's only one bad thing. He goes, by federal law, you have to hold them 22 months. Remember, this was June of 22. So we had to get every cast vote record we could by September 3rd of 2022. So I put out a call to the nation. By then, Lindell TV was getting pretty big, everybody. And I put out a call on my show. Everybody go get the cast vote records, which you all can get under the Freedom of Information Act. So they went out and got that. Now, some states, like Minnesota, said, we don't know what.
Okay. Every single outcome being the same. Okay. Now, these are public records. Let's kind of apply the evidence chain to it. Okay. What is the reliable methodology applied to the actual evidence? Now let's unpack this. The cast vote record is kind of like the digital version of the election. But of whose version is it? It's not a trick question, but it's a very specific question. If you were getting the cast vote records, which basically come from the database and the electronic tabulation, you're getting kind of the end result. But technically, whose end result is that? Is it authentically 100% what happened in the election? Not really, when it's 100% of what the county says that happened in the election. Okay? Now, the assertion here is 1,000 places polled. All 1,000 places had exactly the same end result. Now, that's what's said. 1,000 places had exactly the same result. Now, we're going to separate court from public opinion at the moment. You're hearing in public opinion, in other words, what you learned to repeat was every single one of these.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
Bring in public opinion. In other words, what you learned to repeat was every single one of these had exactly the same end result. 1/3 of the nation had exactly the same end result. Now, I'm going to be very literal here, please. I want you to answer in chat. Is that's each county. We have 3,341 counties or whatever to say 3,000. Is it possible for 3,000 counties to have exactly the same result? You're right. It's an awful, awful bold statement. But now we're looking at this from the court of law. Is it possible for 1,000 counties to have in their voting exactly the same results? Well, it's no. Now, on the rule of law, somebody said, yes, it's possible. Okay, great. I'm glad you said yes, it's possible. Okay, so hang on one second. Bear with me one moment. Let me pull some of it up. Here's the question I've asked artificial intelligence, okay? With over 3,000 counties in the USA, is it possible? Now, we're dealing with words here. I just want you to understand. Is it possible for any 1,000 counties to have, when it comes to voting, anything handled with voting in any way, in any vote, the exact same results? Okay? The answer in a court of law is no. In fact, okay, hang on. It's statistically impossible from even the conducting of a vote that they have even exactly the same base material to come from. Now, why does this matter? Because, see, you're putting it forth as evidence. On its face level, you understand inherently they all didn't even vote about the same things. Now, this is where you've got to use your brain. When you went in and vote, did your county have a proposition maybe to legalize marijuana or to eliminate abortion or to allot a new stadium? Yes, it did. Even in voting precincts, there's 175,000 of them. We'll just take Maricopa, 749 voting precincts. Just to manage that election, it took over 10,000 individual different styles of ballots, because you vote on firehouses, you vote on, district dog catcher or whatever. In court, this matters. It 100% matters, because here's what has to have. It has to be relevant and reliable. It's got to be physical, right? Now, if an attorney just kind of read off with that, right? Period. Okay? They're going to say, our evidence is across 1,000 counties in the United States, the end result of the elections ended up being the same. Even if I was to go out to 1,000 integers long, and I just said, is it even possible that 100 out of all these counties have an exact match when it comes to elections? There are no integers or number of integers we could put there that would support that statement. Now, the reason I tell you this is because words matter when you get to court. But what happens before you get to court? Attorneys will hire research assistants. Now, let's just think of the court process. The attorney is there to represent your interest. They are there to get perfection on your claim. Here is what we're claiming. You don't expect the attorneys to know anything about the claims. You expect them to file your claims, get it to court, and duke it out. That's what you expect. This is why words matter, because what happened across the country in the elections is everybody followed the first cases. So I'm going to play this whole thing out for you. Listen to the words. I want you to apply in here, because we're going to go through it. Is the information relevant? Is the information reliable? But is it applied to actual evidence, which is called the Darbert standard? And can you take that evidence, pass it off to people, and will they find the same thing? That's the rule of law. Let's listen in detail.
It's impossible. And now what if you found out every game you turn the channel, they were all the same score? This is what these cast vote records are showing. And I go, you got to be kidding me. And then they warned me. They said, well, Mike, there's only one bad thing. He goes, by federal law, you have to hold him 22 months. Remember, this was June of 22. So we had to get every cast vote record we could by September 3rd of 2022. So I put out a call to the nation. By then, Lindell TV was getting pretty big, everybody. And I put out a call on my show. Everybody go get the cast vote records, which you all can get under the Freedom of Information Act. So they went out and got that. Now, some states, like Minnesota said, we don't know what those are, but if we ever figured out, you still can't get them. Or like South Dakota, you can't get them. South Dakota, you can't get them. Are you kidding me? We were blocked everywhere. Kentucky says, you know, Mike Lindell's going to ruin the 2022 election because we're so busy getting cast vote records. Well, then you had San Francisco Township in California put the cast vote records right up on their website and said, hey, it's for everybody to see. These are Democrats, everybody. They were other people, these Republicans were trying to hide the cast vote records from it. The one thing we can get is a different camera angle. Well, we were able to get over 1,000 cast vote records from the 2022 election. Are you ready, everybody? They were all computer manipulated. Every one of them. Yep. Now, in the 2020.
Okay. Because facts matter. Now we're in a court of law. And the court requires that the elements be relevant and reliable, and it's got to be a reliable methodology applied to actual evidence. Okay? That means you got to be able to pass it off to experts. They've got to be able to duplicate it. Okay? Period. Now, here's the question. Were you told something or were you shown something? It's a very simple question. Were you told something or were you shown something? Put it in chat, please. Were you told something or were you shown something? You were told something. Okay? Now, literally on the statement, now we're dealing with two statements with theories. And I'll give you an example. Mike presented there that, hey, San Francisco puts out their cast vote records, and they do. The first cast vote records I ever looked at in my life were San Francisco's, to understand what they were. Why? Because San Francisco put it out there. But they showed all the variations. You're missing that point. Next, it's saying that two things, that 1,000 of these counties were exactly the same end result. And then it says, looking at 1,000 of these, they were managed by a computer. They were changed by a computer. 100% of them were changed by a computer. Now, let me ask you a question. You're a juror. Were you told that? Or were you shown that? Put it in chat. Were you told it? Or were you shown it? Okay. Now remember, the rule of law says hearsay or speculation or unsupported theories are generally inadmissible. Now, if you're answering it honestly, you understand you were told. You were told they were exactly the same. And then one more leap happened. You were told that they were managed or manipulated by a computer. Now, in order to understand something being managed or manipulated by a computer, what do you, as a jury, need to see? If you're sitting there in the jury box, if you're considering presenting evidence, I'm telling you, this is going to happen again in 26. It's coming. But right now, you're looking at what you think is evidence. Your whole life in election integrity has been based on what you think evidence is. You've been told they've been manipulated by a computer. Okay? Manipulated by a computer. Okay? When a computer manipulates something, what are the elements of evidence you feel you would need to show something was manipulated by a computer? Well, obviously need proof. You got to be able to prove it, right? How would you prove it? How would you prove it? Well, it has to be, by the court, it has to be reproducible. And in fact, you can only present the theory afterwards. So what would you need evidence of? So, okay, let's go through this. In a court of law, to say that that cast vote record is your primary evidence that it was all manipulated by a computer. So if we went backwards, what would we need to prove it in a court? We would need copies of the ballots, right? We would need copies of the first cast vote record of where it goes in the machine. We would need the adjudication files in between, you know, because it could be a smudge, could be a tear. That's called adjudication files. And then you get a post image, and then you get the after the fact. So that's 5 pieces of evidence you need there, but you'd need other things too. What would you need? Well, you would need to gather all that data so you knew what the election was. But you would also have to investigate all in 1,000 places. What machines did they use? What was on those machines? What do those machines say? What machines were used? What was on those machines? What do those machines say? Now we're up to 8 pieces of evidence. Now, if you're on the machines, you have to show where it interacted. Something interacted. Let's just say it was all anonymous pieces of hacks, let's say. Well, you'd have to show that. You got to show the change. The change. Do you follow what I'm saying? Now, the question is that what Mike is saying they have? Because all I'm talking about, I'm only using this example. All I am talking about is what is prosecutable criminal evidence. Now I'm going to ask you a question. You have now been told something. You have now been sold something by repetition, which means those statements influenced everybody in the United States of America who saw it, every influencer or broadcaster who repeated it, and it also influenced attorneys of what they thought was going on. Now I want you to go back. Every time, take a sheet of paper, fold it in half. Okay? Fold it in half. On the left side of the paper, you're going to mark down every time you hear a fact about this is what happened. This happened, this happened. Just put a little hash mark. Now, on the right side, you're going to put every time Mike shows you the proof of what happened. You got it? So just make hash marks. We're going to go through it, okay? Here we go.
It's impossible. And now what if you found out every game you turn the channel, they were all the same score? This is what these cast vote records are showing. And I go, you got to be kidding me. And then they warned me. They said, well, Mike, there's only one bad thing. He goes, by federal law, you have to hold them 22 months. Remember, this was June of 22. So we had to get every cast vote record we could by September 3rd of 2022. So I put out a call to the nation. By then, Lindell TV was getting pretty big, everybody. And I put out a call on my show. Everybody go get the cast vote record, which you all can get under the Freedom of Information Act. So they went out and got that. Now, some states like Minnesota said, we don't know what those are, but if we ever figured out, you still can't get them. Or like South Dakota, you can't get them. South Dakota, you can't get them. Are you kidding me? We were blocked everywhere. Kentucky says, you know, Mike Lindell's going to ruin the 2022 election because we're so busy getting cast vote records. Well, then you had San Francisco Township in California put the cast vote records right up on their website and said, hey, it's for everybody to see. These are Democrats, everybody. They were other people, these Republicans were trying to hide the cast vote records from it. The one thing we can get is a different camera angle. Well, we were able to get over 1,000 cast vote records from the 2022 election. Are you ready, everybody? They were all computer manipulated, every one of them. Now, in the 2020 election, they were all computer manipulated of the 1,100. Now, when 2022 came around, we reached out for the cast vote records again. By this time, there was so much pushback. Like we know it's a law, but we're not going to give anybody these cast vote records. They're onto us. They're onto us. And we were only able to get about 540, I believe, of the 3,143 counties. But guess what, everybody? There were some counties that were not computer manipulated. So we had perfect examples of, and they were in Florida, by the way. They were in Florida. Miami-Dade County was one that had, that for some reason, they didn't manipulate it because I don't know, DeSantis was there. If you're a real good Republican, you too can win an election. You know, you just got to be a real good Republican like DeSantis and not like Donald Trump. So they didn't do anything there. That's my theory, right? Well, anyway, we had a perfect example.
Now, you heard all kinds of things through there, all kinds of things, a lot of accusations. He also paints it, some people gave it up, some didn't. So giving up were good guys, not were the bad guys. Oh, they were onto this. They knew we had them, so we got less. And then he says, that's my theory. Now, what do you think America hears in that? Now, what he did is he just legally absolved himself. That's my theory. But what happened is the tone got set. Now, did you have any marks on the right side where you were shown evidence? Because remember, we're only looking at this from the filter of the court that requires you've got to show repeatable evidence. Period. Period. Now, what did we hear? Did we have facts? Did we have findings? Or did we have hearsay, speculation, or unsupported theories? I want you to vote on what you heard. Did you hear in any of that facts that are relevant and relatable? Or did you hear hearsay, speculation, or unsupported theories? Now, next, if San Francisco puts their cast vote records automatically online, does that implicate every other county that does not? Simple question, yes or no. If, in fact, San Francisco puts their cast vote records online, does that implicate 3,430 other counties as not doing it? No, it doesn't. It means nothing. Okay? But you heard they were all corrupted, 100% computer manipulated. Now, this is what we're going to unpack, is we're going to unpack now the computer manipulation. Now, what's important about that scene, okay?
It's impossible. And now what if you found out every game you turn the channel, they were all the same score?
So a lot is done in there. I'm not going to play that anymore. I just need to get a screenshot. Okay. Now, this is a court technical question. Okay. Let me get this on my screen. Remember, I'm only taking this to the instance of court. That's it. That's the only reason I'm doing it. Okay. Of the two, as you're seeing it come across the country, who is the person spouting the facts? You got two people on screen. Who is the person spouting the facts? Put the answer in chat. Who is it that is presenting the facts of the case? Even from their standpoint, who is it technically presenting the facts? Now, technically, it's Mike Lindell, right? It's Mike Lindell. Neither has the facts, but Mike is the one offering this evidence to us, the court of public opinion. Okay, now, first, let's go through a court of law. Okay, now here is the evidence. Okay, here it is. Evidence requires tangible proof, documents, forensic tests, witness testimony about firsthand observation. That's tangible proof. The interpretations, the theories about what the evidence means, here you go. Court allows interpretation only after the evidence is presented. Okay? A bullet casing is evidence. An expert opinion that it matches the defendant's gun is interpretation, but it's rooted in physical object. That's the rules of submitting information. So technically, I'm asking you a very literal question. Please listen to when I phrase this question. Did Mike do the investigation of evidence, and then once he investigated the evidence, devise his own interpretation of what that meant?
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
And then once he investigated the evidence, devised his own interpretation of what that meant. Did Mike review the evidence, analyzed, tested the evidence, and then present his interpretation of what happened? It's interesting. Some of you saying yes. Some of you saying no. Okay, now here's the question. In a court of law, here's how it works. I'm only using this as a teaching instance. I could care who's sitting in the hot seat. It doesn't matter who said this. It could be Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. The court's going to ask, Mr. Lindell, did you personally investigate these 1,000 cast vote records? They're going to ask about the evidence. Now, would he pass court scrutiny in that? Yes or no? This is very important for you to understand, because this is why we lose lawsuits. No, Mike did not do the investigation himself. When Mike, now, what we have is called triple hearsay here. First off, Mike is doing what? He is giving hearsay, speculating, or unsupported theories, which basically makes it inadmissible, okay, from a court of law, because it wasn't Mike. We know that. We're going to get to the rest. Now, when you repeat it, when you post online, did you know they got 1,000 cast vote records? And every single one of these 1,000 counties, the outcome of the election was exactly the same. Did you know that? All of them were manipulated by a computer. Now, for you, when you repeat that, or you share that, or an attorney repeats that and shares that, is that relevant and reliable evidence, or is that hearsay, speculation, or unsupported theories? Which is it? Please answer the question. Which is it when you repeat it, or you share it, or you amplify it? Right? Because you see, you're putting your rubber stamp on it, sharing it. You're putting your approval on it. So in that case, you understand you yourself shared hearsay, theory, and unsupported evidence. Now let's go back to the scene, okay? Now, Mike technically got his information from somewhere. Where did Mike get his information? Put it in chat. Who ran the data to say that computers managed these? Mike repeated it. Mike repeated it. So it's hearsay, so it can't be used, right? Now, Mike's expert on this in his first immediate circle is, in fact, Dr. Frank. Okay? Now, so now in court, let's say we're going to present Dr. Frank as the expert witness. Now, this is where it gets a little technical, but follow, you'll appreciate this. The court follows the rules. It's called the Federal Rules of Evidence. It excludes any material that is not relevant or reliable. Relevant or reliable. Okay? It objects and can't present hearsay or speculation or unsupported theories. Now, expert testimony is only allowed if it's based on reliable methodology applied to actual evidence. Now you're with me, right? Reliable methodology applied to actual evidence. Now, if we look at evidence, it's got to be some form of tangible proof. Documents, forensic tests, witness testimony firsthand. You got to look at it first, and then you have to interpret what it means. That's when interpretation comes in. But that's after the evidence is presented. Now, in this case, they tell us what their original evidence is. What is, we're accepting every word as fact. You're basically sitting in a testimony box. What are they saying their evidence is? You know it. Just think through it. What are they saying their evidence is? Now, remember, all of this stuff made the rounds in all the cases. They mentioned the word. It's not PCAPs. Different subject. They mentioned the words in what he said, how they came to this conclusion. There was some evidence in there. Yes, the cast vote records. How many? There you go. 1,000 individual sets of cast vote records. So we know from exactly what they said what the evidence is. Okay? They're saying our evidence is 1,000 individual cast vote record sets. Okay, so now we know the evidence base. So we're going to go back and look at this formula. So you've got the evidence. Is the evidence relevant and reliable? Well, you can say that the cast vote records, because it deals directly with elections, you bet it's relevant. It's very relevant. Very relevant. A cast vote record by nature, when you get the final one, is basically certified by the county saying this is real, this is what happened. So it's reliable. So it actually basically, okay, they are beginning with relevant and reliable evidence. Now, we got to throw speculation aside. Because remember, you only get, it says, ready? Expert testimony is only allowed if based on reliable methodology applied to actual evidence. Okay? So we know they have actual evidence. We know Dr. Frank's the expert. So now we got to go to the next thing. Here it is. Ready? It needs evidence, right? And it needs to be interpreted after the evidence is presented. Got it? So, the rule of thumb is this must be able to be cross-examined. You can see it everywhere. It has to be able to be cross-examined. Tangible proof that can be tested scientifically and cross-examined by the court. So now you're sitting in the court. That's all we're doing on this drill. That's all we're doing on this drill. Okay? You're going to cross-examine it by the court. It's the same evidence that was presented to Tina Peters. Here is evidence of what we claim. What are we claiming? That we got 1,000 cast vote record sets, that all 1,000 records, the elections had the same ending outcome, okay? And because we see that, they were all, quote, 100% computer manipulated. So now we know the facts, right? Write that down. 1,000 cast vote record sets. That was their evidence. Evidently, they analyzed it, okay? And in the analyzation of the evidence, they basically came to two facts. One, that all 1,000 showed that all elections had the same outcome. Not were similar, but had the same outcome. And then the next thing they asserted was all of them, 100%, none of them were different. They were computer manipulated. So now these are your facts. Okay. So if you're the court and you want prosecutable criminal evidence, remember, that's what all of us want. We want prosecutable criminal evidence. I don't even know why I have three thumbs down, but I can tell you why. You're making a decision based upon people you like. You're making decisions upon people you trust. But the bottom line is you won't even cut a jury. You know why you won't cut a jury? Is because you've cast your vote, down thumb for me, without having any evidence presented yet and having that evidence by rule of law being cross-examined to be interpreted. That's a failure in ethics, but let's go on, okay? So now we're going to basically put the expert on the stand. Now, I want you to remember, this is the same evidence that was shown to Peters. Here's what we found. It was all, even in 1,000 places, it was all the same outcome. And when we looked at all these, they were computer manipulated. So now you bring your expert to the stand. Okay? So you're going to ask your expert, okay, because see, the court requires it. We know what you did. Now we're going to test it scientifically, and we're going to cross-examine it in court. So the very first thing the court does that has the court has the responsibility to anybody says, okay, we know what you're interpreting here, and we know that you presented evidence. What we need to know is, how did you prove it? You see where we are? How did you shore up your theory and prove it? So now we're going to go through that formula, okay? Now remember, you have a job to make sure, whether it's the court or whether you're serving in the juror's box, that it's relevant and reliable. Here we go. How were you able to confirm that all of these places ended up the same and they were manipulated by a computer? So now we basically go to this. Okay, so the expert in this case, here's the expert. This is the one that sold Tina Peters. We're only looking at prosecutable criminal evidence. You're putting theories aside. You're putting everything else aside. Okay, what did you use to test your evidence? So here's the answer number one. And I'll play the surrogate. I selected a small number of counties, 4 large counties in Michigan, to develop a key turnout curve. I averaged their voter turnout by age, percentage of 20-year-olds, percentage of 30-year-olds who voted, to create a baseline polynomial. Now, here's the question. 1,000 counties in the United States have been accused of running a rig. We got to take the facts. This is what they're going to present in court. Okay? Your job is to decide, is this relevant and reliable? Here is step one. I developed it based on 4 large county in Michigans. That's 1 point. I looked at 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds. We'll say it went to 60. So 40, 50, 60. I've got 6 points. And then I looked at the percentages of each. Now, here's my question. I want you to put the answer in chat. Is that 4 counties in 1 state, is that relevant and reliable? Put it in chat. Yes or no? Is that relevant and is it reliable? But I always want you to keep in mind what millions of people heard on social media, on broadcast, and got put in their cranium. Is any of that relevant or reliable? Now, I'll just ask you a more direct question. In Tina Peters' prosecution, the formula that she was convinced was at play in her county was based upon 4 large counties in Michigan. To Tina Peters in Mesa County, Colorado, is that relevant? Put it in chat. Is it relevant? Tina counties in Colorado, but the formula, the very first step of the formula is decided on 4 counties in Michigan. So immediately, you know it's not reliable and it's not relevant. But the proof pushed her over the edge. So let's go to the second step. We now know that this is not relevant, not reliable. Here's the next step of the method. Okay? He basically said what he did is he applied it. He applied his formula that he derived over 4 large counties. The way he did it, right, was he basically said canvassing in Pennsylvania claims that 30% of ballots were phantom voters. So now we have another touch point. What determined 1,000 counties had exactly the same outcome and were computer manipulated was 4 counties in Michigan, percentages of 20, 30, 40, 50-year-olds, and that Pennsylvania says that 30% of the ballots were phantoms. So now there's 30%. Now, Tina's in Mesa, but I'm just using an example. That figure for Tina in Mesa, is it relevant and reliable? Put it in chat. Yes or no. Is it relevant and reliable?
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
Michigan. Percentages of 20, 30, 40, 50-year-olds, and that Pennsylvania says that 30% of the ballots were phantoms. So now there's 30%. Now, Tina's in Mesa, but I'm just using an example. That figure for Tina in Mesa, is it relevant and reliable? Put it in chat. Yes or no. Is it relevant and reliable? Well, probably what you realize is claims aren't facts. And the number one rule of court is hearsay, speculation, and unsupported theories are inadmissible. Okay, I'm going to give you one more fact here. Maybe there's a saving grace in it because he says he's able to prove they were computer manipulated. So far, 4 counties out of 3,431. Based on Pennsylvania said 30% of the voters are bad. Then he did some deep research. Now you're going to ask yourself in a court of law, is this relevant? Remember, it has to be relevant and reliable. You ready? In order to get to the statement that it was across all 3,000 counties and it was computer manipulated, he took his points of data and he basically used this over the elections based on, based on what? Where does it all come from? He used a baseline. What was the baseline? Now, this is important for you to understand. What was the baseline? You got to have a baseline. The baseline was the 2010 census data. Now, I got a question for you. You're deciding in the court, based on 4 counties in Michigan, a statement from Pennsylvania, statistical averages, and the 2010 census, you are able to claim that the election was computer manipulated. Now, let me ask you a question. The 2010 census applies to the 2020 election. How? Yes, you can get statistical data. Now, the only thing in there that's known as a hard fact is the census data. It's published and certified by the government. So we have one hard known fact. But does the 2010 census data show you how people would vote? And can you prove that through the 2010 census data that something was computer manipulated in an election? Here's the whole point. It's hearsay, it's speculation, it's unsupported, and it actually cannot be repeated. So from a court of law, can we get a prosecution off this? Yes or no? Direct question. On that data, can you get a prosecution? Well, see, the answer is no, but only one person got it right. They did get a prosecution off of it. Where was the prosecution? See, here's the deal. Somebody accepted on blind faith. 1,000 precincts had the exact same outcome. We tested it, we verified it, and we're proven this is computer manipulated. So that data actually did get a conviction. It's just the other way around. So when you take that data, which is technically hearsay in theory, and you accept it as fact, and you operate that that's fact, what happened? With Tina feeling she was doing her job and duty, she did one thing, gave outsiders access.
Our courts are based on clear and convincing evidence. Want convictions? Want justice? For what happened in the 2020 election? Then we need your help. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The decision you make in the next few moments could decide whether we ever get our elections fixed or not. Here's why. Trump campaign and allies file 64 different lawsuits. They all went down in flames. 100% of these cases were presented on "It's the machines," or "The machines changed the votes," or "The voting company executive said he would make sure Donald J. Trump would not win." They all went down in flames. Why? You can't bring theories to court as evidence. No supposed Zoom call or six-degree polynomial math theory or census data is or ever will be proof of fraud. You can't bring theories to court as evidence. Here's why. In both civil and criminal law, the side making a claim carries the burden of proof, and prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Without physical or otherwise verifiable evidence, a case cannot meet this high threshold. Physical evidence is the key. The question is, did anyone get relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election? And the answer is yes, absolutely. The full forensic audit of Maricopa County, Arizona is the only evidence-gathering work which gathered relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election. Evidence so damning that the system, the deep state, and those who pull the strings of this country have fought to keep it hidden and have hoped to have it be forgotten to time. Almost $3 million invested in time, funds, and efforts to unlock that which the system wanted hidden. But now, that evidence is in danger of being lost forever. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. With the 2026 midterms coming up, the system is going to try to lame duck President Trump and then most likely introduce new impeachment proceedings. This is the evidence which will help win the war which is surely to come. We need to keep Maricopa County full forensic investigation and archive secure and ongoing. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We need your help securing the full forensic audit archives. Don't allow the only testable, objective, and reliable 2020 election evidence fall into obscurity. Millions were spent on getting it documented and tested. This is historic evidence. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County full forensic audit archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. Please donate now.
But when you take that data, which is technically hearsay in theory, and you accept it as fact, and you operate that that's fact, what happened? With Tina feeling she was doing her job and duty, she did one thing, gave outsiders access. Now, when you look at what happened in the court's eyes, the court only acted on state rules, not Michigan, not Pennsylvania, not 2020 census, What are our state rules? And if you allow outsiders into the database, you allow outsiders to do this or to that, it's a crime. Those are laws. Now you have to ask yourself, if state law says outside people can't be in the machines, right? And somebody gives them access to the machines, have they basically broke the law? Well, the technicality is yes, they have broken the law, which means you have to back up. Yes, Tina was doing her job, but what you have to understand is Tina accepted on face value the facts as relevant and reliable, and was told by all these other people from one side, this is it, it's down on, we caught him, we have it. Now, in the court of law, the reason they do this is because they don't want to have somebody falsely convicted. The reason they don't do theories and opinions in court is because the risk of false convictions. But what do you judge your belief systems on in these elections? Why do we lose so many cases? Because the very thing that got us here, believing the media, believing what we're told, not asking for proof, not digging deeper to demand proof, we as a nation bought that same story. Now, the reason the court doesn't allow it is because if you allow unsubstantiated hearsay, speculation, unsupported theories to do there, you can make a judgment that can lead to false imprisonment. And here we are. All of this on all sides comes down to belief systems. It's it. It always comes down to belief systems. As a human, we're not trained to question. We're not trained to look deeper. We decide who we like, who we don't like, what we're going to believe. Even people hearing this, I'm just sharing it with you, will turn away from it because the truth hurts. But that's the deal. See, we can't turn away from this. And why are we going through this drill? Because it's going to happen again in 2026. Now, who was all of this for? Why did we get all these theories? 1,000 counties, exactly the same turnout, exactly the same end result. Every one of them managed by computer manipulation. Well, we got it from the media. We got it from the media, okay? Now, in order to make this stick, to move an entire nation, because an entire nation had to buy into it, the system's not going to leave a single stone unturned. They had to have many multiple operations on information going at exactly the same time. What was one of the ones that I did in part 2? Well, I showed you the changing of the votes on TV. Did I not? The changing of the votes on TV. Okay. Now I have to play this together in unison. Is that okay? But I'm going to tie two pieces here together. It may solidify in your brain how this works. Hang on, where is it? Yeah. The first piece I'm going to show you is some of the first news we were hearing about everything going wrong. I'm going back in time and I'm playing a piece by me, but it's the only way I could re-get the clip here. We had to, the nation had to believe things as fact that they never put to say, is this really evidence? So watch here.
Not even hooked up to the internet. So why what are the routers? Why are they important? And what are you going to show in Sioux Falls? Because Dominion says, hey, we're not hooked up to the internet. We came across county lines, much less state lines, much less let the CCP come in here because we're not in the thing. Why are routers a big deal?
And it's kind of funny because how do you think we get to see this stuff on TV during election night? Do you think people put it up there with their hand? Of course it goes through.
Now, at this point in time, the big news is we're doing a full forensic audit. This is the tie back to the machines. And so the entire world in the United States says they changed the votes, they swapped the votes. Who validated that was, in fact, vote swapping you saw on TV? Who validated that for America?
Not even hooked up to the internet. So what are the routers? Why are they important? And what are you going to show in Sioux Falls? Because Dominion says, hey, we're not hooked up to the internet. We came across county lines, much less state lines, much less let the CCP come in here because we're not in the thing. Why are routers a big deal?
And it's kind of funny because how do you think we get to see this stuff on TV during election night? Do you think people put it up there with their hand? Of course it goes through.
Did you catch what Mike said there? How do you think we see the numbers on the screen on voter night? Well, if you followed me for a long time, I've taught you that that's the Edison system. And they use about 3,000 people dialing for dollars to get the numbers manually reported, manually entered. But he's under. You've never heard me say anything different. That's me 3.5 years ago. Okay, so if you're going to convince the world that the machines changed the votes and that what you saw on TV was machine changing the votes, remember, I'm going back. I'm just tying these pieces together for you because we've got to look at the evidence trail. Period. So the origin, you now know different. I've taught you different. I've shown you exactly where to go research it, how it's done, how the data is collated or whatever. But you are told, nope, the machines have modems and they are what sends it to the TV stations. So whole nation, through credibility of someone they trusted, bought that the machines changed the votes. But how did they drive that home? That the machines did it.
After gaining access to a forensic image of the Dominion election management system in Mesa County, Colorado, IT experts demonstrate how easy it is to switch tens of thousands of votes from Trump to Biden in seconds by simply changing the index number next to each candidate's name.
Okay, now here's the deal. This is what told you, oh, we know how it was changed. Because remember, you need that piece of evidence, how it could be changed. What you're about to see here is somebody said, here it is, it uses this piece of software. We saw it change. Here's how it was done. Now, there's a little switch and here's how it was done. The here's how it was done is in a controlled environment where they ported the information into said software program and then they begin to manipulate it. But most people don't catch that, but watch this.
After gaining access to a forensic image of the Dominion election management system in Mesa County, Colorado, IT experts demonstrate how easy it is to switch tens of thousands of votes from Trump to Biden in seconds by simply changing the index number next to each candidate's name.
This is a backdoor utility called SQL Server Management Studio that is actually installed on the image of the voting system.
So is it certified?
It is not on the list of certified software. What I'm going to do first, I'm just going to pull up the presidential results in Mesa County for that election. And here they are. You can see Biden has 31,000, Trump has 56,000. Okay. So I'm going to come up here now, and I'm going to make a quick change. Change that.
You changed that to a 2.
Yep.
Now this is a closed example.
Okay.
And then I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to rerun the report, and There you go. Biden, 56,000, Trump, 31,000.
Okay. You're in a court. You are trying to get down to evidence. You have been told across this that the way it was found, the way they discovered this is through 2010 census data, extrapolated over to 2020, okay? Looking at voter claims and voter rolls, and then looking at the ballots cast, and then going through a series of steps. And that's how he can confirm that it was computer manipulated. Now, here we go. You're on the witness stand. Did that show votes being changed? Yes or no? Did that show votes being changed? Yes or no? Put it in chat. Did that show votes being changed? In reality, it did not show votes being changed. In literacy, it did not show votes being changed. Okay? Did it show the manipulation of an election outcome? Did it show the actual manipulation of an election outcome? No. What did you see presented as evidence? What you saw was an example of what could be done with SQL Server.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
It showed what could be done with SQL Server, Microsoft product. What could be done with a Microsoft product. Now, let me ask you a question. I want to send these people away for life. We have now been shown that with SQL Server, you can change the numbers. Are these people in this courtroom guilty or not guilty? Put it in chat. Guilty or not guilty? SQL Server can do this. Are they guilty or not guilty? Put it as not guilty or yes guilty. This is the reality of the court of law. What you saw was something that could be done based on a theory. It is what was done. Let's do some hands exercise. Put your hands up. Okay? Follow me. Ready? Can you flex your hands to a fist? Can you do this? And can you hold it? Just a manual dexterity test. Can you do this? Okay, we're going to do a different version. Can you do this? Put it in yes or no. Can you take your hands, put them up like this, and could you do this? And subsequently, can you do this? Well, now I can prove in theory you can beat somebody to death, or you could shoot them and kill them. It's a fact. You have the ability to do that. Can I send you to prison for life? I mean, I prove beyond a shadow of doubt, you basically possess the ability to make a fist and pummel somebody, and you can shoot both left or right-handed. Can I send you to prison on that? Can I convict you on that? Do you even want a system that can convict you on that? Because we're looking at basically the same evidence. I basically gave you a theory. I showed that you possess the capability. Now, remember, if you look at all this evidence has been presented, everything that has been presented as fact, who did it? People or the machines? Who does all of this point to? People or machines? People or machines? Who does it point to? People or machines? People or machines? You only have one answer. You either believe all of this point, not the action, not the real stuff. No, not the real stuff. What they're saying, what they're promoting. Are they promoting people did it, or are they promoting machines did it? What are they promoting? Are they promoting people did it, or are they promoting machines did it? All of the evidence that is presented, if you look at all of its states, always point to the machines. They say, here's where it happens in the machines. Now, okay, in a court of law, I have now proven the machines did it. What is their defense? Well, everything that has to do with the machines voluntary. We just made a mistake. We did our best. We did our best. Now, let me ask you a question. Where was the most money, promotion, documentaries, and everything? Where was it put? The machines, which are all governed by voluntary rules. Even me in the deep rig. If you compare everybody in the deep rig that actually appeared, I'm the single person saying, it is the ballots. Let me show you how it works. But all dollars were spent to get you the machines, when in a court of law, all the machines rule are voluntary. Now let's go back. I want you to look at the evidence being presented. It's the machines. Here's more of the evidence.
After gaining access to a forensic image of the Dominion election management system in Mesa County, Colorado, IT experts demonstrate how easy it is to switch tens of thousands of votes from Trump to Biden in seconds by simply changing the index number next to each candidate's name.
This is a backdoor utility called SQL Server Management Studio that is actually installed on the image of the voting system.
So is it certified?
It is not on the list of certified software. What I'm going to do first, I'm just going to pull up the presidential results in Mesa County for that election. And here they are. You can see Biden has 31,000, Trump has 56,000. Okay. So I'm going to come up here now, and I'm going to make a quick change. Change that.
You change that to a 2.
Yep. I'm changing Trump to a 1.
Okay.
And then I'm going to come up here and I'm going to rerun the report. And there you go. Biden, 56,000, Trump, 31,000. So I just flipped the results of the election using a tool that's actually built into the voting system. And what I did is not even logged. There's no trace of what I just did now. For some reason, the logging of activities by a user that has the password are not retained.
In Pennsylvania on live TV, Trump had 1,690,589 votes, while Biden had 1,252,537 votes. The time was approximately 11:08 Eastern Standard Time. The next interval report shows Trump's votes decreasing to 1,670,631, and Biden's votes increasing to 1,272,495. The time is approximately 11:09 p.m. Live on CNN, exactly 19,958 votes were switched from Trump to Biden. This means Trump lost 39,916 votes.
Okay. Machines, switch votes. Now, the people who followed in the media, Mike Lindell says, well, that's how they get the stuff on TV. There it is. It goes right to TV. How do you think they get the numbers? Do you find it coincidence that the experts that ended up on that team were the experts that said, yes, that's how they get the numbers? Now, here's what happened throughout the United States.
Here's another instance of drastic vote swings earlier on election night.
Okay, so let's take a look between 9:11 p.m. and 9:32 p.m. on CNN. Joe Biden first starts off at 706,000. Trump is at 371,000. Look at that. How did Joe Biden drop to 517,000 from 700,000? Now Joe Biden gets 300,000 votes. How is this possible? And Trump is crawling along down there from 360 to 385,000. Joe Biden going up to 871,000. And all of a sudden, Trump gets a large increase to 413,000. And then instantaneously drops down to 292,000. And Joe Biden going from 880,000 to 495,000. How can you drop literally half the amount of votes that you had when all voting is done in an additive process? You count a vote, you add it to the total. Votes do not go down. Why are we seeing negatives? And look, we understand that mistakes happen. We've said it before that a human can make a mistake and a machine can make a mistake. But should one error result in a swing of 300,000 votes? Okay, so if we take a look at Pennsylvania, we talked about a 19,000 vote switch that occurred. And let's say this was one human error. But what about all these? Are these all innocent errors as well? And what about all these all over the country? How many errors are okay to have in an election? How many votes were changed by these errors? And who is claiming responsibility for these errors?
Okay. Nice video. Very informative. We're going to now put you back on the witness stand. Number one. First question I ask you on this informative video is, those numbers changing on the screen like that were the first time 2020 across the nation it ever happened. As you can see from that video, it happened all across the nation. Now, most people would have never noticed it, but for some reason in 2020, it happened. In 2020. And it happened all across the country. And then somebody told you that, how do you think the television stations get their numbers? You take that belief system and you put it in your court filings. Here is proof. We gathered the data. It happened in all these places. The numbers changed on the screen. Here it is.
Our courts are based on clear and convincing evidence. Want convictions? Want justice? For what happened in the 2020 election? Then we need your help. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The decision you make in the next few moments could decide whether we ever get our elections fixed or not. Here's why. Trump campaign and allies filed 64 different lawsuits. They all went down in flames. 100% of these cases were presented on "it's the machines," or "the machines changed the votes," or "the voting company executive said he would make sure Donald J. Trump would not win." They all went down in flames. Why? You can't bring theories to court as evidence. No supposed Zoom call or six-degree polynomial math theory or census data is or ever will be proof of fraud. You can't bring theories to court as evidence. Here's why. In both civil and criminal law, the side making a claim carries the burden of proof, and prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Without physical or otherwise verifiable evidence, a case cannot meet this high threshold. Physical evidence is the key. The question is, did anyone get relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election? And the answer is yes, absolutely. The full forensic audit of Maricopa County, Arizona is the only evidence-gathering work which gathered relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election. Evidence so damning that the system, the deep state, and those who pulled the strings of this country have fought to keep it hidden and have hoped to have it be forgotten to time. Almost $3 million invested in time, funds, and efforts to unlock that which the system wanted hidden. But now, that evidence is in danger of being lost forever. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. With the 2026 midterms coming up, the system is going to try to lame duck President Trump and then most likely introduce new impeachment proceedings. This is the evidence which will help win the war which is surely to come. We need to keep Maricopa County full forensic investigation and archive secure and ongoing. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We need your help securing the full forensic audit archives. Don't allow the only testable, objective, and reliable 2020 election evidence fall into obscurity. Millions were spent on getting it documented and tested. This is historic evidence. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County full forensic audit archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. Please donate now.
But remember, it has to be able to have cross-examination in court. Now, in cross-examination from court, you bring in the people not responsible for the elections, but responsible for the data that goes on TV. Okay? Period. Okay? The company that collects the information for the TV station says the following. We have approximately 3,000 volunteers and employees that we use on election night. We've always done it this way. And what they do is we have telephone lines where we call. We're constantly calling. We call the counties, we call county recorders, we call the state, etc. We're constantly dialing, and then our people dialing are entering into our software the numbers. So let's just call that 1,000 entry points. Somebody's calling. They're entering the information in. They send it to Edison, who's getting this data. Edison then creates this little ticker tape that is a product sold to TV stations, to the networks. It's a license. And it kind of keeps a running track and total. Now, here's the question. Is that evidence admissible in court? Is it admissible in court? Okay? Is it admissible in court? One side is saying all of the voting machines are connected to the internet and they're reporting this data. The people that have the product are telling you, we have people who dial. We've done it this way for 20 years. It's the way we always do it. We watch other news. When they post it, we might take their number. We might take this number. We might take this number. This person may enter it. Okay. Would you allow that in court? Is that proof that somebody swapped a vote or changed a vote? Now, I'm playing a technicality in words here. Okay, ready? Here's what I've asked you. Is that proof somebody swapped a vote or changed a vote? Or that a machine swapped the vote or changed the vote? Is that proof that a voting machine or a person swapped the vote or changed a vote? Well, the answer is no, but let's get more nitty gritty. Let's say President Trump was down 34,000 votes. Did they take 34,000 votes that came in from ballots for President Trump and hand them over to Biden? Well, see, if you have the before and after and the in betwixt cast vote records, you would see that there aren't any of those. And in fact, the cast vote records match what Mike Blundell gathered, what the end result was that was certified. But see, here's the catch. That data on TV is not the official count, never is the official count. Isn't. Never has been. And in fact, it's not a direct connect from the internet, from the voting machines like you were told. Like every one of these people told you. It's just not. It's not how it's done. So here's my question. Can you use that as prosecutable criminal evidence in elections? It's just a direct question, yes or no. Can you use that as prosecutable criminal evidence in an election? See, the short answer is no. You can't. Because according to the rule of evidence, yes, it would be relevant and reliable, but it's relevant because it's the 2020 election. But is it reliable? Well, what's not a direct feed from the machines. So it can't be reliable, but it is relevant. Well, can you duplicate it? Or is this just your theory that it was changed votes away? See, that's the difference when you get to court. They are interpreting it as such. But did they actually make that determination after the evidence was presented? And the answer is, how would you determine if the mistake was made by the machines or the mistake was made by Edison? All you have to do with the Edison people is, out of 3,000 people, very easy poll, after you entered something in, did you realize you made a mistake and then modified it to make it more correct from what the numbers were? And the answer would be yes. Does that completely destroy the evidence? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because, see, that was the system in play there. Now, let me go back. If all of the rules on the machines are voluntary, right? If all of the machines on the rules are voluntary, okay? Period. And all you can show, or all your theories are based on the machine, does it have any enforcement teeth? Well, you know the answer is no. It doesn't have enforcement teeth. Because all the rules are voluntary. And that's the circle this is in. But the reason I'm saying this is, see, because we lose in court. We lose in court. And in reality, none of this was based on investigation, the actual evidence. See, you can only present an interpretation after the evidence is presented. Now, if you're going to present, like in the documentaries and everything else, and what you saw Mike say, they changed it on TV, they're all connected to the internet, you have to present that evidence in court. Now, I have a very interesting thing for you. And this is where I kind of have a disconnect. Everything focused on the machines. I go and I ask the other questions. Could the system have sold us a can of bullshit so we would all focus on the machines and not the physical ballots and what they say? And the answer is yes. Then we have to ask the other question. What did the system almost exclusively promote? It's the machines. What did the system stay away from? Physical paper ballots and what they said. But they promoted the hell out of the machines. Because, see, when you focus on the machines, nobody's technically guilty because all of the rules are voluntary. So it's everything, no matter what it is just a boo-boo. Just a boo-boo. When you focus on the paper, every instance where the paper shows something different is all a felony at the state and federal level. But where did they stay away from? Where did they stay away from hard evidence? They stayed away from the ballot paper and they stayed away from the voter rolls. At the voter rolls, you can trace the origin points of where they're coming in. They wanted nothing to do with that. You can track it down on paper through investigative technique. You find out some of them are bullshit. For the ballots, we know where they come from, what machine they went through, everything. That's what they stayed away from. But what did the system feed everybody? What did the system feed everybody? Data that it was the machines based on, here's how we can prove it. We looked at the 2010 census We accounted the age population. We looked at the generic voter rolls, how many registered. We did an extrapolation. We looked at the ballot counts. That's just total number of ballots. We basically looked at 4 counties. We took the word of this one over here. We applied it everywhere, scaled it to the county, and it came up with this. We smoothed it out with a software and said they were all controlled by a machine. But can you prove any of it? See, I think as I look at this, part of the deception was to make everybody focus on the machines, don't focus on the paper. Because if you focus on the paper, you find the irrefutable criminal acts, which is exactly why President Trump said it's the mail-in ballots. It is why Putin said, look, it's your ballots. It's why they poo-pooed 2,000 mules. Because when you overflow the ballots, the system intercepts them and fills them out. What do they have to do with them? They got to get them back in anonymously. But they're not going to walk in and vote them, so they drop them off at boxes all over the place. What did they poo-poo and avoid? The paper. Now, I do this to help you understand, how do we get to where we are? How do we never get prosecutable criminal evidence in elections? Now, we're 4 years, 4 months into this, folks. 4 years, 4 months into this. And people to this day still swear, I saw the numbers change on TV. You know, they go right to it, and I heard it. It's just not true. The only evidence we have left in the world of what happened in 2020 is what we did in Arizona. Now, we've carried this ball for 4 years and 4 months. Personally, I'm 3 million into it. What the system does is try to wear us down, push it out, wear it down, push it out, wear it down. We've never had a fundraiser, but now we're to that point because these have been kept perfectly. Perfectly. Because we can recreate everything. It can be verified and recreated and seen. It's binary. It either is or it isn't. And by the way, there is no theory involved. None. It is what it is, what it is. But the way the system works is to wear everybody down, make you think something completely different, but avoiding the truth. Do a lot of stuff to tell you it was the machines, it was the machines, it was the machines, it was the machines. Why'd they put all their time into it? Why'd they put all their time into that? Because that's where they need you to look. Because see, two things happen. If it's the machines that technically do it, right? Then it's all voluntary. Nobody goes to jail. Nobody. Then they do a placation move, by the way. S2, thank you so very much for your generous tip. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope everybody helps us get to the number we must get to keep this evidence safe and sound. We're going to need it come the midterms. But everything got you focused on the non-enforceable. Now, an interesting move can happen. Get rid of the machines. But see, here's the other issue is the president can't mandate that. They can only recommend that. And then they can recommend get rid of them. And if the states don't do it, all they can do is withhold funding. The question you have to ask yourself, will all of that be resolved by the midterms that are rapidly approaching? And the answer is no. And this is the game the system plays. The president mandates one-day voting, all paper, all hand count by machines. He can do it. 2 years, he's not president, right? But between now and the midterms, can they get rid of the machines, And how do they know if the counties go to hand count? Well, they got to get to the election because they can't control it. Well, when we get to the election, okay, and they found out that the county didn't do it by hand vote, does that help us or hurt us? Or maybe you understand that means the election already occurred. And it's too late. That's what the system wants us to do. It's a time buying device. And we're on a short window. East Texan, thank you so very much for that generous donation. All of this, folks. We've got to keep these files. This is it. This is where we are. This is it. This is where we are when it comes to evidence and facts. The system knows it. That's why they try to break us. But you got to understand, they're playing for the 2026 midterm window. And if they flip it, they're going to impeach Trump. And it's going to happen. Guys, thank you for all your support. Denise, thank you for that. Please go to our Give, Send, Go. Please give your donations. Help us hit this number because this is all we got, folks. Yeah, other people are sitting on our 2020, 2010 census data, my special formula, whatever. It means nothing. It means nothing. But for those of us and all the people, God bless you, all these people on the floor that gave their time for well over a month, from their families, their friends, being ostracized, being humiliated, being death threatened. This is your legacy. You made this happen. 2,000 of you across the country. It is you who did this work. It is you who made it happen. It is you who gave your time and everything else. They won't let you speak. You'll have somebody in elections now say, well, they didn't use different papers, but yet every one of you on the floor saw it, know it, and touched it. You did this. This is your legacy. This is your legacy. You made this happen. We got this audit because of those of you watching. We forced the lawmakers to do it. Now, what they're trying to do is they don't want this evidence ever to be out. But that's why we've stayed continually in audit mode. We never stopped. That's the kicker. You might ask, why does this have to happen? We have to stay in audit mode. It never stopped from the day we signed the contract. Because then all the evidence is new, and here's the new stuff, and here's what it led to. You are allowed that in a court of law. They can't have that happen. But they all spent time crapping in your craniums. I want to let you know, regardless of whatever happens here, and I hope we meet this goal and we get through it because it's going to be important. But every one of you people that did anything to help the Arizona audit happen, that gave your time, God bless you. God bless you, because all of this is repeatable. And so if the midterms go bad, it's going to be a war. But it is this evidence right here that can change everything. It is the only physical evidence in the world from beginning to end, every step of the process, that can show how it's done. And that it does happen, that can be retested and done. But you got to understand, we're all battling the system that keeps on telling you every day, it's the machines, it's the mean, it's Croatia. They'll even tell you 30 top-notch experts made sure Donald Trump won the 2024 election. Well, if they made sure he won, that means they were in the servers. That means they were in the county. That means they were in the voting machines. How'd they get in? Oh, and if they made sure that none of the Trump votes were changed, why didn't they focus on the down ticket? Because we lost our ass there. Oh, by the way, if they made sure Trump won, we know they tried to take away votes from Trump, which means you have all the evidence, screen captures, you know how they do it. Where's that? Oh, by the way, why are these 30 people fucking anonymous? It's the same rig. It's the same junk. They're only buying time. I appreciate you being here. Share this program. We have even more coming. I'm telling you, We have a lot more. But this is why I have to break it down point by point. I love you all. Share this program. Please make sure we reach this goal.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
This is part 4. And what we are talking about is prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. Prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. Now, why are we doing this? For several reasons. Number one, to go back in time, there were 64 lawsuits brought for the 2020 election, either by President Trump or Trump allies. 20 of those were immediately dismissed by the courts, claiming things like without merit, no standing. The following 30 cases predominantly followed the 20 cases in the structure of how was the lawsuit designed, what was the pleading, what was the evidence. Now, in my opinion, it is the evidence that basically made all of these cases fail. Well, those additional 30 after the first 20, courts dismissed them, period. The remaining 14 that were left, Trump and Trump allies, anybody who sued on behalf of Trump or President Trump's team, they just basically gave up and dropped the suits. So there were technically no wins. It is not that there wasn't proof. There's many things that indicate, we all know, right? We all know the machines are bad. The machines need to go. And the 2020 election was a disaster, nefarious nightmare. So what I am focusing on for you is to understand, just giving you a lesson in prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. The bottom line is you want prosecutions. You want the crimes stopped. You want the loopholes closed, but you want prosecutions. If you want prosecutions, you must understand how to deliver prosecutable criminal evidence. Now, again, why are we doing this? You saw President Trump recently, and I'll show you a clip here, recently talk about this.
So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it, because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected. Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible things, and now the new thing is they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made Washington, D.C. safe. We're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed like all the people you've been watching get so badly hurt. I'm glad. I hate to take your time in this, but I'm glad you asked me that question. Sorry. We're going to stop mail-in ballots because it's corrupt.
I want you to recognize something. The media is trying to make heyday out of this simply because it was Putin who had a very serious discussion with Trump and says, look, your problem is the mail-in ballots. You have to understand, leaders of other countries have put their team, don't think they don't pay attention. They have put their teams on it. They have watched the data. They've watched everything. They know what's broken. Putin wants Trump in the White House because Putin is in many ways the same as Trump. Just leave me and my country alone, right? I just want my country and my people to thrive. Now, this is not about where you fall down on Putin and what's going on globally, but it is a big BS game. But I want to point something out to you, okay? Because I had this discussion one-on-one with President Trump. 96 minutes worth of sitting down. Here's the facts. Here's how it works. Here's what goes on. And just like any world leader, the most important man in the world, they're going to do their homework. They're going to go through it. They're going to make sure it's right. But more importantly, then they're going to be attacked by operatives who want to steer them away from the truth. Most people don't even recognize, just because it's wordplay, that as President Trump, the leader of the free world, ostensibly the leader of the Republican Party, is saying we must get rid of mail-in ballots. What is the Republican Party doing? Bank your ballot, bank your ballot, bank your ballot. In order to bank your ballot, meaning get it in early, you have to get it as a mail-in ballot or an early vote ballot. Do you not understand the disconnect there? The one man they don't want to run, they tried to keep him out. They did nothing for election integrity, not a bit. Raised almost $400 million after the 2020 fiasco, did nothing to help with audits or fix the election. Yes, they did file 72 lawsuits 24 hours before the statute of limitations expired. I want you to think about that. They didn't even get the people served. It was all gone. It was BS. It was theater. You need to understand that. Probably the only person that tells you like it is Donald Trump. At the same time, the system deploys agents, assets, mouthpieces, psychological warfare to crap in your cranium. Pay attention to this.
They're not going after the real issue. The real issue is what I just pointed out. It's the algorithms and the electronic. The mail-in ballots are just smoke. The voter suppression, that's not, the real issue is the fact that we have electronic voting machines where they can flip votes.
You know who that is. Watch it again.
They're not going after the real issue. The real issue is what I just pointed out. It's the algorithms and the electronic. The mail-in ballots are just smoke. The voter suppression, that's not, the real issue is the fact that we have electronic voting machines where they can flip votes.
Now, I want you to think about that. That's Dr. Shiva, the only person in the world born spontaneously with 3 PhDs from MIT. Aside from that, right? When all of the information from the Arizona audit was really hitting and coming in, as they're learning behind the scenes what's up, and they're learning it is the mail-in ballots, well, they, not the audit, one of the people that I believe was charged with sabotaging the audit that was on the inside, brought in Shiva to look at the ballot envelopes. And of course, you heard about there were scratchy names, there were no names, there were all of that, right? Which is a big issue because we know it's the mail-in ballots. But you got to leap forward to the end of that. And to the end of that, he said, well, there just wasn't enough to have anything done with the election. Biden still legally won, et cetera, and was all pushed under a carpet. Now, the reason they brought him in is to attack me because they knew the evidence was so damning they would not get away from it. So what they did is they employed this guy with multiple PhDs who basically said, I was full of shit and it was crap. Well, you now know all of these years later, it was total crap. So I got to ask you a question. Who are you going to believe?
So between paper ballots very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud.
They're not going after the real issue. The real issue is what I just pointed out. It's the algorithms in the electronic. The mail-in ballots are just smoke. The voter suppression, that's not, the real issue is a...
Now, I want you to think about that. They dropped him in doing an outside project, not officially for the Arizona audit, because he couldn't pass muster. That's why he couldn't do it. He wanted to do it. He couldn't get approved. So one of the people brought him on the outside, paid him on the side, and his whole thing was to basically disrupt the Arizona audit. Now, why I tell you this, it's been 1,500 plus days, almost 1,600, right? Since we began the audit and found the proof. We found everything. The system has tried to keep you away from it. People like that have been deployed to keep you away from it. We're now at the place, after we are $3 million into it, that we have kept all of this evidence in a perfect chain of custody. We have stayed in audit mode. We haven't closed out the audit. We have stayed in audit mode, knowing what this fight is about, knowing what's going on, knowing it's going to be a long time war. And now we need your help. We need your help keeping this up because it cost. It cost to just keep this going. We're going to get hammered in the midterms. They're going to take the tickets in the midterms. Then they're going to, once again, when they have that, impeach Donald Trump, and it's going to be serious. This is going to be bigger than you can imagine. You need to expect it, especially when the GOP, when the president's saying we've got to get rid of the mail-in ballots, and the GOP is saying, bank your ballot, bank your ballot. They're spending millions to do it. We just need your help. This is the only evidence that's left. We can recreate the entire election. Everything from 2020, everywhere's gone. This is the only place where the ballots exist. It was the single most historic effort in auditing an election ever in American history. Ever, ever, ever. And this is why we need your help. Just so you understand what all of these volunteers and people did. We processed 20,895,610 digital forensic images of varying formats. It produced, that's why you see all the different equipment and how we look at it and what we do. It produced 208 million individual evidence proof files. We did 58 billion forensic measurements alone. And in order to find out exactly how it happened, where it was, basically tracking the ballot from cradle to grave, from the printing on through, we did over 2 trillion individual computations. All of this has been kept in perfect chain of custody, and we have stayed in audit mode. This is it. That's what it is, folks. This is it. So what I'm doing in this series is I am attempting to help you understand how critical this is, because this evidence can't go away. If it goes away, it's forever lost to history. You need to understand what prosecutable criminal evidence is. And so many people judge this like a freaking popularity contest. I've never had a rule that you must like me, but I must be able to show you the evidence. You can't just have somebody tell you something.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
Test. I've never had a rule that you must like me, but I must be able to show you the evidence. You can't just have somebody tell you something and then you take it as fact. If they're truly in forensics audits, they're going to show you, here it is, here's how it was done, etc. So that's why we're doing this. So I want to explain this to you so you understand everything, okay? This is how evidence works when it comes to elections. The courts follow strict rules called the Federal Rules of Evidence. That's one. And it demands that the material be relevant and reliable. If it's not relevant and it's not reliable, it cannot be used. That's number one. Two is hearsay, speculation, or unsupported theories are generally inadmissible, but here's how it works. You can basically be an expert witness if it's based on a reliable methodology applied to actual evidence. It's called the Daubert standard. Now, what this means when it comes to what is evidence, there is physical evidence. Every case requires physical evidence. You understand why in a murder case, if the body's missing, mostly they can't get a conviction. Physical evidence, physical evidence. Now, in the world of physical evidence, you're talking about fingerprints, DNA, documents, videos, weapons, etc. The reason you have physical evidence is because it follows a process. It can be examined by experts, not only the one testifying, but others. It has to be able to be tested scientifically, and it has to be able to be cross-examined in court. Now, this is why I'm telling you, this is key. You have to follow a repeatable formula. That's the whole key to every bit of this. If it's going to withstand court, it has to follow a formula. Now, theories and opinions, which are just subjective, right? The court doesn't allow them because it is just subjective. So the way that has to work is evidence, tangible proof, things like documents, forensic tests, witness testimony about firsthand issues. It can only be firsthand witness. Now, the courts only allow interpretations, get this, after the evidence is presented. That's the key you have to understand. The interpretation has to come from the evidence. Okay, just like a bullet evidence. You get the expert's opinion after they've done the testing, right, etc. But it's rooted in a physical object. The key here is relevant, reliable, and repeatable. Now, this book, which you've probably seen, you can get it. It's on Amazon. It's only for the price of printing, okay? This is our scientific reader. If you are in forensics and you're doing forensic research, the very first thing you publish is, okay, these are the tools we used. This is the methodology we use. This is how these tools and methodology have been applied in the past. And this is why it applies here. Now, you have to publish this, right? All the way down to, here's the manual from the voting machines that says they must do it this way. Here are the rules from the county that says they must do it this way. You have to publish this so everything can be reduplicated by third parties. This is a requirement by law in forensics. Period. Now, we created a new standard. We didn't create a new technology. We created a new standard. Forensics has always been around. We just used computer vision, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, already approved standards, already used in forensics, and applied them in a new methodology to a new topic. The new topic, elections. The new methodology, capturing, right, digital forensic images of the actual ballots in real time as they're audited, big enough that you can blow them up to the size of a billboard and not lose any quality. That's the standard of digital forensics. So this book is the methodology. In a court of law, you pass this to someone, say, here you go. You use the same technology, repeat the results. Okay? So this is the only time in the world this has ever been done. Period. The only time in the world it's ever been done for an election. Maricopa is the fourth largest county in the United States of America, the second largest voting block of people, second largest voting block. And when you realize it's 2 million plus ballots, and the heretofore challenges in the past that you could say were looked at forensically anyway, like hanging Chad, were 65,000 ballots. You have to understand the magnitude of this. Therefore, we're scrambling to save this because this is going to be repeated in 26. But because we are still in open audit mode, everything's still current and everything applies. Period. That's why we need your help. So what we're going to do in this, and that's why there's so much psychological warfare. That's why the people you can trust and you know and have the track record tell you the truth.
So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have
and the moment the truth gets out, the system promotes useful idiots, killing that message.
They're not going after the real issue. The real issue is what I just pointed out. It's the algorithms and the electronic. The mail-in ballots are just smoke. The voter suppression, that's not, the real issue.
Okay. So why does it matter to keep an audit open? When you close your audit and say, here is everything, it's settled, then a different time clock begins. That time clock falls into a classification of law that says, well, you knew, you didn't do anything about it, another election has occurred, therefore it's the doctrine of latches, meaning nanny, nanny, boo-boo, it's too late. We don't play that game. So what we have done and have always done is keep the audit open. Additionally, we already know, because of all we've learned doing this, that I can develop 5 to 6 more brand new applications of technology. We already devised 25 to get to where we were. We thought in the beginning we would need 10. But because we haven't executed on those, our audit's still open, which basically means as you find new things, see, we know how to cross-confirm it now, and you use a new technology and cross-confirm it, you get to go back into time and show the other evidence and see here, and see here, and see here, and see why. It's that repeatable chain. That's why you must stay in audit mode. Period. Now, the system does this because they know, just holding on to data can be 10 grand a month. Forget all the new programming, all the new code, all the new hours, all the new work, right? All the new work. Crap. They try to wear you out. So you can imagine if you're just managing servers and stuff and a tremendous amount of data and you're doing it for 4 years and it's going away at a clip of 10 grand a month, that's not even processing time. Processing time, it sends it to the roof. That's their game to break you. Now, when I came in this, I basically thought 6 to 10 that we could do. Going through the course of the audit, why we're so deep in it, because I developed 25 different new forensic ways to look at it based on existing technology. And I've got at least 5 or 6 more I can do. This is how it works, okay? This is how it works. This is the game. They've tried to wait us out.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
I developed 25 different new forensic ways to look at it based on existing technology, and I've got at least 5 or 6 more I can do. This is how it works, okay? This is how it works. This is the game. They've tried to wait us out. But you can't hold on to that forever, right? Period. It's more and more and more and more and more. It all shows it. So we're the only one that proves widespread, that it's repeatable, that it's systemic, that it's systematic, and that it was planned at the racketeering level. That's why they focus on elections and say voter fraud's very minimum. Well, voter fraud is somebody voting dead mama's ballot getting caught. Now, let me ask you a question. It's going to hit you like a ton of bricks. You ready? We know, and I'll give you a Maricopa example, but when you get it, it's going to hit you like a ton of bricks. We have a process in the United States of America called secret balloting. Meaning, as soon as the ballot's separated from the envelope, you don't know who voted it, and you really don't know where it went. It's called secret balloting. But almost every cycle, the AG, out of 2.5 million voters, will find somebody somehow that did something wrong. Well, you voted that ballot you weren't supposed to. The first thing you need to understand is, how did they know? All of these cases, if you look at them, nobody goes to jail. They do a little bitty fine, big deal. See, I think that's part of the rig. They will stick one in where somebody will take the fall for a certain amount of money. The AG looks good because they say, look, we caught voter fraud. See this? She voted dead mama's ballot out of 2.5 million people. Well, see, that's voter fraud. That's why they keep on saying voter fraud is not a big deal, because they show one case out of 2.5 million. But see, I don't work in the field of voter fraud. Forensics, and what I do is election fraud. I don't give a rat's ass about the voter. I give the concern to the election officials. What did they do? What should they have known? And how did they aid and abet and or do it? That's federal racketeering. That's how they brought down the mafia. Now you understand why I'm not only the most hated, I'm the most feared, and why they have to stay away from it. I work on election fraud. Period. This is how it works. That's called federal racketeering. You can look it up. This is part 4. Now, here's how I'm going to do this. This is going to be a little bit unique from the first ones I did. I'm going to play for you a video that was released by the Lindell Network. It's a video of evidence. Okay? As I play this video, I'll play a little bit, and then we'll go back and we will ask the questions about, is this relevant? Is it reliable? What is the methodology? And can it be repeated? You do that, so can it be verified? Can it be verified? And remember, it's got to be verified. It's got to be repeatable in order to be used in court to be able to get a prosecution for the crime. That's where we are. I will stop this at intervals, then we will discuss it. Have your pen and paper ready. I want you to be aware of a few things. Are you seeing evidence? or are you being told there's evidence? It's kind of like when you see me, I show you, here are 1.9 million ballots this way. Here are 100,000+ ballots this way. Here it is. It's cut up. You can see it. Or are they saying, it's a little below you because you're not an advanced math person. But if you understood a 6-degree polynomial, this is what it is. There's a difference between telling you and showing you. So mark down what the claim is. What the claim is, mark it down. Then devise another little mark as to whether did they tell you or did they show you evidence, and then we'll unpack each one. You ready?
No matter which side of the fence people have been on, they've been saying, "Show me the evidence. I'll believe it when I see the evidence." And people on both sides agree that something went terribly wrong in November 2020, but there really has been no comprehensive place to see the evidence of widespread fraud until now. This video is pure data, so don't get mad. You can't be angry when a scientist confirms that gravity pulls downward at negative 9.8 meters per second squared, even when that fact works against the narrative you've heard. So here we go. Just before we show you some new disturbing video evidence, we'll talk about statistical anomalies in 3 states in question. In the early hours of November 4th, 2020, Democratic candidate Joe Biden received several major vote spikes in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia, suddenly placing him in the lead when he had been trailing Trump by a significant margin. 8,954 individual vote updates were analyzed. Across nearly all updates, there follows a clear statistical pattern. However, a very small number of batches are especially questionable. The 4 most notable aberrations were 2 in Michigan, 1 in Wisconsin, and 1 in Georgia, and all occurred in the same 5-hour window in the middle of the night.
Okay. Let's just start unpacking this. Did you see evidence or were you told something? Now, I'm going to show you how this works. You were told something, but at the same time, you were shown something that was, in fact, an anomaly, meaning out of the ordinary. But what you were actually done is you were told something. Now, using rules of evidence, okay? Using rules of evidence. Here's what we have to ascertain. Now, number 1, was this based on physical evidence? I'll give you the shortcut. If you had the ballots, the physical ballot, and you looked at it, did you find this phenomenon? That's the physical ballot, physical evidence. Or is it based on digital evidence from third parties? That's the first thing I just want you to think about. The second thing I want you to think about is, what is the law regarding the counting, the tallying of the ballots? Put your answers in chat. 1, did you see? And thank you for reposting. Guys, repost this thing far and wide. You're gonna see stuff. I don't care who found it. It's all great. It's all useful. Right? This is no impunity to them, but we are talking about prosecutable criminal evidence. Okay. So most of you know this was digital evidence from a third party. So somebody from a third party, right? Third party, not the primary source. Somebody from a third party did digital evidence, and then an individual looked at it and said, this is fraud. Now, the first thing you need to understand is hearsay is not allowed, but also interpretation must come only after evidence. They cannot allow hearsay or speculation. So the very first thing you need to know about this is, even though you're being told it, it still falls into the classification of hearsay or speculation and presenting a theory. You cannot convict on an anomaly. You have to have physical evidence. Now let's jump to the next piece. The next piece I said is, what is the law regarding the counting of ballots? And number one, you're asking me, I have nothing to do with Mike Lindell and his team. I've always felt, Mike's in constant fundraising mode, and there's only a certain amount of dollars that can be raised to fight this, and Mike sucks it out of the room. I've never done fundraising. This is the very first time, 4.4 years later, to keep it viable. So yes, there is a philosophy that you can suck all the funding out of the room. That's why they'll run a lot of different candidates. It dilutes the votes. It dilutes the fundraising. Same thing happens here. Okay, so what is the law regarding the counting of votes? When does it have to be completed by? Okay, when does it have to be completed by? Well, there are no laws of when it has to be counted by. It's the one thing that's open-ended. There is no time limit. None. So there's no law. And so counting only stops when they feel they have counted the last ballot. So now you basically heard somebody say, all of these are spikes. All of these are spikes. I guess he's Italian. All of these spikes occurred during a 5-hour window. Okay. 5 spikes occurred during a 5-hour window. What does that mean? In a court of law, by evidence, what does that actually mean? 5 places had spikes where a lot of ballots went in. What does that mean? Is that evidence? Is that evidence? I know what the implication is. Cheating, run enough intel you win. But see, I didn't ask you what the implication was. I asked you literally, what does it mean in a court of law when it comes to prosecutable criminal evidence? It's not even the time of the crime. They're all disconnected. They're all over 5 hours. See, here's the deal. Okay? Period. Here's the deal. If there is no rule when they all have to be counted, then you have nothing to measure against. If it said counting must stop at this time and then you can count no many, and then you saw it, it would be an issue. But we don't have that in our laws and votings in the United States of America. We don't have it. Now, what could be the difference between the first place and the fourth place or the third place? One place said we didn't have enough people. One place said, well, that's when everything finally got delivered from the precincts. The other place said, we were just understaffed. Do you follow? They're always going to have the boo-boo clause. There's always an excuse. So you have to understand that is not prosecutable criminal evidence. All I am focusing on is prosecutable criminal elements or evidence. Let's continue.
When in some places counting reportedly had stopped. Not only do these updates...
Now, in some places, counting stopped. It's true. For the first time in American history, okay, we went to bed. Remember Donald J. Trump in 2016, we learned at about 3:33 in the morning. I was watching it live. But multiple places stopped counting.
Our courts are based on clear and convincing evidence. Want convictions? Want justice? For what happened in the 2020 election? Then we need your help. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The decision you make in the next few moments could decide whether we ever get our elections fixed or not. Here's why. Trump campaign and allies filed 64 different lawsuits. They all went down in flames. 100% of these cases were presented on It's the Machines. or the machines changed the votes, or the voting company executive said he would make sure Donald J. Trump would not win. They all went down in flames. Why? You can't bring theories to court as evidence. No supposed Zoom call or six-degree polynomial math theory or census data is or ever will be proof of fraud. You can't bring theories to court as evidence. Here's why. In both civil and criminal law, the side making a claim carries the burden of proof, and prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Without physical or otherwise verifiable evidence, a case cannot meet this high threshold. Physical evidence is the key. The question is, did anyone get relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election? And the answer is yes, absolutely. The full forensic audit of Maricopa County, Arizona is the only evidence-gathering work which gathered relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election. Evidence so damning that the system, the deep state, and those who pulled the strings of this country have fought to keep it hidden and have hoped to have it be forgotten to time. Almost $3 million invested in time, funds, and efforts to unlock that which the system wanted hidden. But now, that evidence is in danger of being lost forever. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. With the 2026 midterms coming up, the system is going to try to lame duck President Trump and then most likely introduce new impeachment proceedings. This is the evidence which will help win the war which is surely to come. We need to keep Maricopa County full forensic investigation and archive secure and ongoing. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We need your help securing the full forensic audit archives. Don't allow the only testable, objective, and reliable 2020 election evidence fall into obscurity. Millions were spent on getting it documented and tested. This is historic evidence. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County full forensic audit archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. Please donate now.
There's always an excuse. So you have to understand that is not prosecutable criminal evidence. All I am focusing on is prosecutable criminal elements or evidence. Let's continue.
When in some places counting reportedly had stopped. Not only do these updates...
Now, in some places, counting stopped. It's true. For the first time in American history, okay, we went to bed. Remember Donald J. Trump in 2016, we learned it about 3:33 in the morning. I was watching it live. But multiple places to stop counting. Is that prosecutable criminal evidence? Put it in chat, yes or no. Is that prosecutable criminal evidence? Now, I know everybody believes the candidate that didn't campaign, got all these votes in. I don't believe But see, it's not about your belief system. That's what I'm saying. They play on our belief systems. We are talking about losing our asses in court. We lose our ass in court because we do not present. We've been trained not to present prosecutable criminal evidence. You get all pissed off. I'm telling you, the chaos was planned. It's designed to piss you off. Now, what is the law about stopping the counting of the votes? What's the law about stopping the counting of the votes? And we're dealing with facts over feelings. There is no law. Not a one. Not even a single reference to it. In fact, they can stop it for any reason they want. It's at their leisure. It's at their discretion. They can stop it for a leaky toilet. They can stop it for the power being out. They can stop it to give everybody a lunch break. There is no law in any state about stopping counting the votes. So is that a material fact? Yeah, it's a very indicative fact. Why the hell they stop? But in a law, when it comes to a law of prosecutable evidence, that's not a crime. Should it be changed? Yes, but that's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with prosecutable criminal evidence. I want to share with you why we don't get this fixed. Because the chaos is intentionally manufactured. Because they need the problem. They need you to talk about, well, everybody stop counting. It's the same thing. But it's not against the law. See, we're now where we want prosecutions. We don't need theories. We don't need pontificators. We don't need bow ties. We don't need pundits. We need prosecutions. And so what we're doing is we're talking about prosecutions. The bottom line, you have to understand, stopping counting is not against the law. It looks bad. It's very indicative that something's screwy, but it is not breaking the law.
Most notable aberrations were 2 in Michigan, 1 in Wisconsin, and 1 in Georgia, and all occurred in the same 5-hour window in the middle of the night, when in some places counting reportedly had stopped. Not only do these updates not follow generally observed,
when supposedly in some places counting had stopped. The key words there is you get supposedly or reportedly. That's where you get shot down in court. As wonky as some of these courts are, and as wonky as some of these judges look, the laws have been written to favor those who know how to manipulate it and look like what they're doing is legal.
Patterns, but their behavior is particularly extreme. For context, using publicly available data from the New York Times, here is a visual.
What is the operative words there? For context, where'd the data come from? And you're right, every single word in the law matters. Where'd they get the data? It's public data from where? Not my Times, but the New York Times. Did you catch that? Now, this falls under hearsay. And you can't use hearsay, right? You've got to have absolute proof. Hearsay, speculation, unsupported theories are inadmissible. Now, what he's actually saying, we're taking the public data that the New York Times gets from a public source, Edison. New York Times produced it. They did this chart. We're using this chart to say it was a crime. Do you just understand the legal basis of why that is not evidence? You understand why that's not evidence. Third party, meaning not involved. Remember, it's got to be relevant. The first key is it's got to be relevant. Is it relevant that public data that estimates where the election is by a public company that comes from polling sources got pulled by a publication, and the publication printed a chart? Is it relevant? It's not evidence. It's not evidence. It's never been evidence. It's an indicator that you should look. It's an indicator that you should dig deep, but you can't prosecute on it. All I'm doing is we're going over what is prosecutable evidence. Okay, that's it.
Behavior is particularly extreme. For context, using publicly available data from the New York Times, here is a visualization of the number of votes by candidate in Michigan from the beginning of the election night to 7 p.m. Eastern Time on November 4th. Trump is in red, Biden is in blue. Notice the sudden and improbable spike in votes for Biden at 6:30 a.m., where Biden received 141 at negative 9.8 meters per second squared.
Sorry. I screwed up. Okay. He said, notice the sudden and improbable. Sudden and improbable. Let me find it in this vid. Oh, shit.
The fact works against the narrative.
I got to try to find that. Let me find that chart. Hang on.
Thirds in red.
Okay, hang on. Now, let me ask you a question. Is this a chart of when people voted? Is that a chart of when people voted? No. Now, this is key. What is this actually a chart of? Where does the data technically come from? When people cast their ballot? Were the actual voters involved? First-hand witnesses? No, it has nothing to do with when the actual voter voted. Now, what that is, I'm going to show it to you. This is when the tabulators counted them as votes. You understand the difference? This is when the tabulators counted these as votes. Now, how do you show this is an anomaly? In a court of law, how would you show that this is an anomaly?
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
Now, how do you show this is an anomaly? In a court of law, how would you show that this is an anomaly? You got to prove what it is. You're saying it's an anomaly. In a court of law that requires repeatable, verifiable, there you go, Kendon, you've got to show past history. You know what you're never seeing in any of these? The same data charted. And you know why you don't see that? Is because it happens in multiple forms every single election that has mail-in ballots and huge adjudication curves, because they run all of those last, technically in the count, not the scanning them in, but the count of them. And so even to prove it's an anomaly, that it actually is a statistical outlier, you got to go back in time. You must establish, right? You must establish this. Now, here's why you're not seeing it. Because you will see these spikes in every election. You will. Maybe not as dramatic. And if you were to look at when the spike occurred, almost always it occurs when they run in the early vote and the mail-in ballots. Why doesn't it occur in the line? Why doesn't it occur in voting lines? Because it's gated. And gated means you waited in a line, you come in, you check in, you got to go to a machine. That has a fairly regular cadence, right? But the data import goes, and that's why it jumps. Okay, that's why it jumps. Now, everybody told you that those were bulk votes loaded for Joe Biden. Now, the way they're getting that is the scale. Get it? The scale. The scale is, you see the jump, okay? You see the jump, and it's blue. Basically, they know it's a Biden vote. But what this actually is a data dump, ostensibly into the tabulators of what has already been scanned. That's all this is. Most people mistake this for real-time voting. It's not. And you will find jumps like these, all of differing scales, all over the place. It happens. Yes, the scale is of a magnitude that's interesting. Okay? But is that indicative that it's actually a crime or fraudulent? Remember, you've got to have prosecutable criminal evidence. Okay, now hang on for a second here. In these tally systems, all these, you got two things that happen. You got transfer of cards, which is really where it is, and you've got a rescan of ballots. Who committed the crime? The person that inserted the card, or the person that their job was to make sure everything scanned in as a check measure? Who of those two committed the crime? Just looking for who did it. Neither. I didn't ask you how the crime was committed. I asked you who created the crime. Who perpetrated the crime? Again, you got to have a who. So if there's 749 precincts in Maricopa, let's just use 700. They're going to have multiple cards, but let's just say they had one. When 700 cards come in and they're divided amongst the people, when they're done with running, you're going to count, we're going to do the match. Is it plausible that any of those are criminals? Can somebody run those? And be totally innocent? And you got to have evidence. Possibly duplicated doesn't count. You follow me? Possibly duplicated doesn't count. In law, you have to have absolute facts. You understand that that person putting in the card or that person taking the batch of ballots unknowingly can be contributing to the process, but have no idea the legitimacy of the ballot. Now, do you know why they have no idea? Because they have plausible deniability. Why do they have plausible deniability? Because they're there doing a job. Their job is to scan in the ballots as they're handed to them. Their job is not to verify the ballots. They're assuming the ballots have been pre-verified. You see how this is distributed culpability? So it's very hard in this instance to get the who. That's why I'm showing you. You got to get to the who. The only reason we're talking about this is what is prosecutable criminal evidence. Now, if you can show the ballot was cast, they intercepted the ballot by nefarious means, they held it out here, they got all the numbers of the election, then they allowed it come down, but we got all these extra ballots that popped up, but nobody signed for these. We can't find the original. They do have a paper, and then we find out they were all duplicated. Then you actually have evidence of multiple people in the process doing it, and you have a link. You see how evidence has to work? There's only one place in the world you have all that evidence. The Maricopa Full Forensic Audit has every bit of that, provable by law, duplicatable by science, investigatable, reliable, because it's their information, not ours. That's what a forensic audit is. You got to pay attention to the details. So what we're doing is we're going through this. Let's continue unpacking this.
Notice the sudden and improbable spike in votes for Biden at 6:30 a.m., where Biden received 141,258 votes, while Trump only received 5,968. This extreme ratio is surrounded by updates that are nearly the same in ratio. This particular update is 23 times more votes for Biden.
Okay, now I want you to listen. This word is kind of very important. He's going to give you one ratio, then he's going to tell you they're nearly all the same ratio, and then he's going to give you one that's even further off the chart. This is where words matter. Listen again.
258 votes, while Trump only received 5,968. This extreme ratio is surrounded by updates that are nearly the same.
Surrounded by updates that are nearly the same.
Ratio. This particular update is 23 times more votes for Biden.
This particular is 23 more. This is where words matter.
And is the most extreme update favoring Biden in all data sets across all states.
So he just said they're all basically the same ratio. And then immediately defeats his own statement by saying, here's the most egregious one. That's why this doesn't qualify for evidence.
The situation in Wisconsin is even more stark. A single update to the vote count brought Biden from trailing by over 100,000 votes into the lead. Thirdly, a vote update in Georgia at 1:34 a.m. Eastern Time on November 4th, which shows 136,155 votes for Joe Biden and only 29,115 for Donald Trump. The extents of these 4 vote spikes in question are more than the margin of victory in all 3 states, which means the spikes were not only abnormal in regards to percentage for Joe Biden, but also in magnitude of the vote count.
Okay. This is where it comes down to exact issues in the law. You saw those spikes. Let's just assume we're going to give them lenience in court. That holy shit, that is it. Now get ready. You need to produce the ballots.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
This is where it comes down to exact issues in the law. You saw those spikes. Let's just assume we're going to give them lenience in court. But holy shit, that is it. Now get ready. You need to produce the ballots. Then you have to ascertain something you don't see in this process. How did they come into the system? Where did the crime occur? The crime is not running them in. That's not the crime. There's only 2 crimes that happen. At the moment the nefarious act is done, the secondary crime is when it was certified. But the court requires, where did this ballot come from? Now, one of the things they do in this process is they cloud that. And that data doesn't tell you it. But then there's another catch in the process. Remember at the beginning of the program, I told you that the GOP raised $400 million for election integrity, and they beat on their chests. They filed 72 lawsuits to get a hold of the ballots and stuff so they could do their work. I think most of them hit about midnight. They filed it technically on the day that all of that data was destroyed at midnight. So what it means is they filed a suit. The court has to tell the states and stuff, you must keep this data. It didn't even reach the courts in that time. It was just filing day. It didn't even reach even the service of it. Courts haven't even looked at it. They just filed it. By the time the court looked at it, what happened? All of that data was legally destroyed. Now you got to ask yourself, in all of the face of the data, why would they wait under 24 hours from the deadline of it all to be destroyed to file the suits? Because they don't want the answers. But they do want you to believe they're playing along, that they're trying to fight this. Now you understand why having the exact physical evidence under control makes a difference. Because in those, they say, well, I'm sorry, the evidence gone. That was disposed of according to law. We have to make room for it. We can't store all that stuff. All bullshit. All bullshit, except one place. Now, do you understand why they need to ignore it? And why they have to push it and push it and push it and hope you just give up or they financially break you? That's the game.
Only abnormal in regards to percentage for Joe Biden, but also in magnitude of the vote count. Out of roughly 9,000 updates, this election was decided by only 4 extreme updates, each with a probability of less than 0.1%, meaning that had these 4 unlikely updates not happened, we would have a different president in the White House. Detractors argue that these spikes were merely human error and not indication of fraud.
Okay. Now, this is really interesting. He goes from calling it a vote insertion, a massive changing of the votes. He changes his words and he calls them an update. You see the spike over here and you see all this trailing data over here, but then he calls it an update. Which is it? Well, it's based upon supposedly the telemetry of the ballots being tallied. It's not an update of anything. This is where words matter. I question in this video, why the change in verbology?
Meaning that had these 4 unlikely updates not happened, we would have a different president in the White House. Detractors argue that these spikes were merely human error and not indication of fraud, and the errors have been corrected. If the errors have been corrected, where is their evidence? Why were the results never changed? Others have said that the spikes indicate heavily Democratic precincts. If that were the case, then
Okay. Now, there's a difference between updates and the logging of the tally. That's the first thing. Now he goes back to a spike. And then he goes back to saying, well, they favored Democrat areas. Now, that's implying it was the Democrats that did it. It was the Democrats that did it. I'm the only human in American history that has personally looked at 2 million single ballots cast in a single general election. That's it. I'm it. Sole man standing. This process, the reason you see all the colors, let me just give you this photo because I designed this. So I want to take you through it just real quick so you understand what you're looking at, okay? You see the lines on the floor? You see just the yellow lines? Okay? And you see how they coincide with the yellow turntables? You see how they coincide with the yellow shirts? Well, the reason I designed it that way, and you see blue lines here, blue area. I designed it that way because we live streamed every bit of the process. The reason I designed it that way is by supervising this, even from afar, having eyes on it. If a single person that is yellow is out of the yellow working area, I want to know what the hell's going on. If a blue person is in the red area, I want to know what's going on. Because see, it's not just tracking the ballots, it's tracking the people. Probably some of our most detailed forensic work ever came with my formulation of how does this work. I know every person at these tables and who touched what. I can tell you where every ballot came from. I can tell you, see all those boxes over there? Those are the ballots. 4 years, 4 months later, if I was sitting on a court stand and I'm showing you a compromised ballot, I could tell the judge, go to this box on this pallet. Here's the pallet. Here's the box. Open it up. Let's say this box has 8 batches. Pull batch number 4. In batch number 4, there'll be 199 ballots. Pull ballot number 72 in the sequence. That's forensics. That's forensics. Now, of course, we took a beating in the media, right? Because they called it Power Rangers or whatever. Let me tell you where this comes from. A lot of my work has been international expeditions in the most dangerous territory in the world. And so being a commander, which is my rank, and I'm looking at my teams in the field, I may have one team in a helicopter. I may have one team over cliffs over here with a 1,000-foot fall. I may have one team over here with the cliffs and they got a 3,000-foot fall, but it takes me 4 hours to get here. It takes me 1 hour to get there. Get it? All the team is colored. And they have individual colors. I'll give you an example. If you were looking at blue on one of my teams combined with green, which is a particular team, one's male, one's female, if I was to see blue fall off a cliff, one, I would statistically know they died, but I would also know it's a 325-pound, 6'6" individual. If I saw green fall off the cliff, I would know it's a female just from visual. And she's 120 pounds, fall off the cliff. Now, the difference in those two is allocation of resources for extraction. All designed to view from afar. All designed. And so they played a game with me. The game the GOP played is we can't have Jovan there because he'll be too controversial. People will protest him. Now, what they wanted is me not to observe things as it happened, which we'll talk about later because they compromised every image. We made them redo it. But they didn't understand I'm using my expertise as a commander of understanding how to watch things from afar and understand every movement. That's the level of sophistication. When you're trained, like myself, on expeditions with teams under your command to watch them, sometimes by drone from miles away, it's no different than if I was standing there and we deployed the same thing. That's the level of sophistication that went into this audit. I can tell you, not only can I tell you where every batch is and how many batches will be in the box and which box it's in, I can tell you the status of that box before we ever touched it. All of these little things about percentages saying it's Democrat areas, which you're about to see, I can tell you it's horseshit. I can tell you exactly down to the time, the precinct, the place, the machine, the tabulator, what did what. I don't have to know by that spike. I can say, right, and I'll give you an example of how this works. I want to show you one chart, okay? And in that one chart, I want to show you just one thing. And this will help you as we go forward. This will kind of help you understand how things are defined. Anyway, I'm trying to find a shortcut to get it. Hang on. And I'm going to show you something because everything has to be tracked and it must be incredibly detailed, right? It has to be detailed as to what happened and when it happened. Now I'm going to show you kind of a shortcut screenshot. But remember, this is not my data. This is their data. Remember, we're not creating opinions. We're not creating anything like that. Now, let me show you this so you understand it. Not only can we tell you where every box is, we can tell you exactly when it was run in. More important, let me remove this bot and banner. This is a shortcut. I can tell you why did they run in over 100,000 ballots on December 8th and 9th after the state had certified the election on November 30th. This is forensics. This is the power of forensics. Forensics do not require theories. Everything in the court of law has to have stuff that's relevant and reliable. When I say, here's what we found, and somebody says, well, your technology did it. We don't know about your technology. I said, it's not our data. This part is the data the state gave us. This is the reading from the machines of when they ran them in. Has nothing to do with us. It's everything the state said. And by the way, see that little certification on November 30th? How do you certify an election on November 30th when you still have 118,019 ballots to run in? You can't. That's the crime. For every single executive in the county that allowed it to be certified. That's forensics. Now you understand why they are literally, they can't walk away from it. It's their data. Not my opinion of a qualidormal, domal, fractal, polynormal, pterodactyl complemented by a monkey and a raccoon. Forensics. That's why we're having this drill and I'm taking you through it. I need you to understand what it takes to get prosecutable criminal evidence. They're trying to wait us out. They're trying to bankrupt us. We've never done a fundraiser for us. This is the first time. Let's go back to where we are. Pay attention to the words.
This has been corrected. Where is their evidence? Why were the results new disturbing
Now, this is
video
trying
evidence?
Let's
talk about.
Let me go back. I'm sorry. This is trying to prove a negative.
2020 Democratic candidate Joe Biden received.
He's going to say, well, they said it was an error. This is a blending of words that's actually not true. But then he says, well, if it was a correction, why didn't it happen in other places? You can't prove the negative. That's what they do to us all the time. That's why this is not evidence.
Several major vote spikes in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia, suddenly placing him in the lead when he had been trailing Trump.
Now, I want you to understand, I'm not saying this didn't happen. It did happen. But I'm saying we better get serious about what evidence is, because we need to clear the threshold of prosecutable criminal evidence. And it cannot be theories according to law. You must be able to prove it.
By a significant margin. 8,954 individual vote updates were analyzed. Across nearly all updates, there follows a clear statistical pattern. However, a very small number of batches are especially questionable. The four most notable aberrations were 2 in Michigan, 1 in Wisconsin, and 1 in Georgia. And all occurred in the same 5-hour window, in the middle of the night, when in some places counting reportedly had stopped. Not only do these updates not follow generally observed patterns, but their behavior is particularly extreme. For context, using publicly available data from the New York Times, here is a visualization of the number of votes by candidate in Michigan from the beginning of the election night to 7 p.m. Eastern Time on November 4th. Trump is in red, Biden is in blue. Notice the sudden and improbable spike in votes for Biden at 6:30 a.m., where Biden received 141,258 votes, while Trump only received 5,968. This extreme ratio is surrounded by updates that are nearly the same in ratio. This particular update is 23 times more votes for Biden and is the most extreme update favoring Biden in all datasets across all states.
Pop quiz. We're doing a murder investigation. I've decided as the prosecutor, my theory is I think this individual did it. And the way I can prove it is he's pretty near to the location it happened. I have him on a camera, and he's pretty near to the location where the crime happened. And since it's on camera, and he's pretty near to where the crime happened, I'm saying he's guilty and I want a conviction. What do you do as a juror? Because in fact, I got him on camera and he was pretty damn near where it happened. And I'm telling you, he's the killer. The court requires you to prove it's him with physical evidence. Pretty damn near, almost like, similar, doesn't work in court.
The situation in Wisconsin is even more stark. A single update to the vote count brought Biden from trailing by over 100,000 votes into the lead. Thirdly, a vote update in Georgia at 1:34 a.m. Eastern Time on November 4th, which shows 136,155 votes for Joe Biden and only 29,115 for Donald Trump. The extents of these 4 vote spikes in question are more than the margin of victory in all 3 states, which means the spikes were not only abnormal in regards to percentage for Joe Biden, but also in magnitude of the vote count. Out of roughly 9,000 updates, this election was decided by only 4 extreme updates, each with a probability of less than 0.1%, meaning that had these 4 unlikely updates not happened, we would have a different president in the White House. Detractors argue that these spikes were merely human error and not indication of fraud, and the errors have been corrected. If the errors have been corrected, where is their evidence? Why were the results never changed? Others have said that the spikes indicate heavily Democratic precincts. If that were the case, then California would show many spikes of that magnitude, but it doesn't. Only 1 vote update in California is anomalous in percentage of Biden votes, but not enough magnitude to shift an outcome. The strangest anomaly visible in the data is a consistently identical ratio of Biden to Trump votes across time, which is theoretically impossible. Here is Florida. These updates occurred over a week following the election. Notice all the ratios of Biden to Trump votes are 100% identical.
Okay. Interesting one. But I want you to pay attention to the screen. This is the difference between evidence and indicators. We have all kinds of indications, and we know inherently something freaking went wrong. But these are indicators. Now, they talk about the impossibility that this could happen. Indicators. Can you convict on an indicator? See, that's the issue. You can't convict on I think. You can't convict on I theorize. You can't convict on indicators. Look, the wife's dead. We talked to old girlfriends. They said he was a jerk, a meanie. One of them said he hit her. He had a girlfriend. He said he hated that bitch. Get it? Things can be incredible indicators. Most of this is incredible indicators, right? But it has a few fatal flaws. We'll talk about the depth of the flaws more in a bit, but you got to understand when it comes to the machine, all the rules. Now, I want you to pay attention. All the rules are voluntary. So he's showing you a machine, saying, look, the machine did it. It's the machine. You can see it by the percentages. The federal role in the elections is the Election Assistance Commission. It creates voluntary guidelines, but it lacks enforcement, and it is not a regulatory authority. Now you go back. Why do they even have voluntary status? Because each state has to operate alone. We have state elections that have a federal component, not federal elections that have a state component. And so what happens is it protects the state's autonomy. And basically, that's how our elections are structured, period. It's how we administer them. The state adopts what's the actual law. Many states integrate the VVSG, Voluntary Voting System Guidelines, into law or the testing procedures. Others set their own. So the authority comes down to the state. Now it says HAVA, Help America Vote Act, defines the Election Assistance Commission's duties, but limits its ability to make mandatory rules. So in other words, it all goes down to the state. And then the state says, we follow what we've decided to do is to follow the guidelines of the Election Assistance Commission because they know better. What are the guidelines of the Election Commission? Voluntary. Now tell me, you see all these anomalies on machines. You see all these anomalies looking weird on machines. But you find out it's voluntary. Now, let me tell you how bad this is. You've got a voting machine. Think of a Dell computer. When they certify the machines, and I'm just going to shortcut, it must have Democracy Suite number 10 on it. And they send that machine to the state. Here's what you can run your election on. Now, let's say one person at the state level sticks a different piece of software on that machine. Is that a crime? No. It's not a crime. There's no law written for that. Dominion says we do not make machines that connect to the internet. Dominion is a software company. That's why they don't make machines that connect to the internet. Is it a crime for the machine to be on or talk to the internet? No. All this time, it's been assumed they weren't connected to the internet, but it's not a crime. Who connects it to the internet? Well, when they send the machine to the state and then goes to the county, they say, hey, if you want to monitor the results, you should probably consider a third-party program to monitor them. Just connect it into your LAN. It's in their manual. The very person at the county that decides, oh, I want to see the results in real time because I'm going to sit at home on my ass on my iPad, they plug it in to see that. Is that a crime? No, they have the right to do it. Did they perpetrate the crime? No. Did it open a back door? Yes. But who did it? See, this is how it's designed. It's designed to happen by just thinking you're doing your job. It doesn't take a criminal. But they all follow voluntary guidelines. So all this stuff on machines doesn't even fucking matter if it went to Serbia. It doesn't matter. It's not a crime. No, it is not by law. It has to be secure. That is incorrect. It's right here. Anything they do for security. Now, somebody just posted, and I want you to read. I want you to hang on. You said they got to have them secure, right? Okay. Hang on one second. I want to try to show you a bigger one if I can, but I'll show you this one if not. Hang on one second. And you're going to read it. I'm going to pump it up here. Okay? You say it has to be secure as a law. Well, here it is. Ready? You can read it for yourself. I'm going to put it on the screen. This is the sole reason they get everybody to focus on the machines. The sole reason why they stay away from the paper and keep you on the machines. Here it is. Read it. Tests include basic functionality, accessibility, security capabilities. These are voluntary. The state gets to determine what they do. That's by the Help America Vote Act. They just determine they'll follow the HAVA guidelines. What are the HAVA guidelines? Voluntary. How do you convict somebody for voluntarily following rules that they don't have to follow and they think they made their best judgment? You can't. And this is why they keep you focused on the machines. The paper and the certification are the crimes, not the machines. Okay? Let's keep on going.
Over several days. This pattern shows up in many states. It appears that a computer algorithm is involved in the process, which is doing something called weighted race distribution. a feature of Diebold voting machines known as early as 2001, which gives values to votes rather than simply counting them. Here in California, we see an update of one vote. About 65% of that value is given to Biden.
Okay. Now this looks damning. How do you get a tenth of a vote? Well, facts matter. When it comes to the Diebold machine, they haven't been used since 2007. They're showing you something in past history that did have the ability to do this. Diebold went out of business. Now, all these voting companies buy each other up. So yes, Dominion purchased Diebold. The biggest problem here is this is what they did to New Hampshire. New Hampshire had the biggest problem, okay? Now, the bottom line is on these systems, okay, which is called the AccuVote model, TSX and OS, which could be used for counting stuff, okay? Software kind of remained, but the machines were gone, totally gone since 2007. If you were to look at it statistically, it was less than 0.5% of anywhere in the nation could you have seen anything that was related to old Diebold. They don't even make them anymore. Certainly not the machine. But then when you look at it deeper, even the place where that 0.5%, let's just round it up to 1% were used, none of them were in these areas where the issues occurred. In 2007, they had issues in California. The company sold. The machines are no longer made, user deployed. Yes, one company bought the software, but again, that software, and even if it was software, it's voluntary. And that's it. Again, is this prosecutable criminal evidence that in 2007, a machine was forcibly retired because it could do this and went out of production, but in 2020 it happened. Therefore, we can reach back to 2007. This is the issue with prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. If you're going to take over a country and have a coup, you better have it down. That soft shift could have been exactly, it happens by software. But what do they keep on telling you? It happened by the machine. You got a problem when that machine doesn't exist. But see, it's only when they keep on telling you it's the machine, they get to stay in this territory. Because see, they only carry it as far as we use the right machines. They got to keep it up here at this EAC level. When it shifts down to the county level, you can put anything on it, but they don't want you to look there. Because why? Because you get a tech guy, you get somebody approved it, you get a name, you get a badge, you get a timestamp on the machine. They don't want you to look at that. They keep pushing it back to the voting software companies. Now, the only other way you can tell what happened is the physical paper. And you don't need the machine because the physical paper reveals what the machines did without having had to get to the machine, which is the very thing they protect. Now, do you understand why they are so hell-bent on making sure you don't see the physical ballot paper evidence of what actually happened? Physical proof. They have to keep you in a category where you cannot get prosecutable criminal actions.
And 32% to Trump. How can one vote go to more than one person? It is well known and not disputed that Diebold software was found to be switching votes through programming in past elections. Even though Diebold is no longer used, Dominion Voting Systems acquired ES&S in 2010, which had previously acquired Diebold under its new name of Premier Election Solutions.
You buy a gun at a gun show. Somebody sold it to a pawn sold it to a person sold it to a gun dealer bought it, traded it for gun, you get the gun. You find out 20 years later it was used in a crime. Are you guilty? Honest question. Are you guilty? This is what I'm trying to show. You get fed a lot of, some of it's not even circumstantial evidence, but you get told it's a crime. You get told it's bad. That's why I ask you to discern between what you're shown and what you're told. They tell you the machine did it, but then when you investigate the machine, you understand why it's junk. Oh, you're asking who made the rules that the voting stuff is voluntary and the voting stuff is anonymous? Well, the voting companies are the members of the Election Commission. They decided it has to be voluntary. Who decided that the votes have to be hidden? In the 1800s, there was a vote in a small town. 3 people voted. 2 people voted for one guy voted for the other guy. The guy who lost got pissed off, looked at the votes, knew it was the one guy, and I think maybe they had a fight, a duel or something. That's when we got secret ballots, when everything was that small. And they manipulated that rule. And that's how they use it today to do what they do.
This does not exhaust all statistical data anomalies encountered in the 2020 election, but data anomalies is only one factor to consider. Next is eyewitness and video evidence. In Georgia, there's a case of a poll worker named Ruby who was seen on Instagram giving a secretive live video of her working in the back room filled with absentee ballots.
I'm gonna let y'all see this. Okay, don't say nothing. Listen, look.
I'm going to replay that for you without the banner so you can see her words. Everybody knows a Ruby. Okay, listen, ready?
In Georgia, there's a case of a poll worker named Ruby who was seen on Instagram giving a secretive live video of her working in the back room filled with absentee ballots.
I'm gonna let y'all see this. Okay, don't say nothing. Listen, look.
At 10:30 p.m. on November 3rd,
Was that a crime? Ruby Freeman shot a video. Was that a crime? Ruby Freeman shooting a video is not a crime. States have statutes that you can't video individual ballots, or it's a misdemeanor. So at most it's a misdemeanor, but you didn't see individual ballots. You saw all the stacks of ballots. Now, let me ask you a question. Now, they gave her the Medal of Freedom to kind of protect her because she made a stupid mistake in their crap. But, ready? Was it a secret video? See, I relate this to the guy that says, I know all the Q details. Now, this is super secret, but I want to tell you on my broadcast, only for you. Don't say anything. Here's the date it's going to be, and here's the hand signal. What was so fucking secret that you broadcast it online? All junk, all crap. But the narrator told you it was a super secret video to make it seem more crime-like. Whereas about the only thing that could have been done about that, was you're not supposed to take videos of ballots. Technically, she has events. I didn't show a ballot. Again, that's why I ask you, what's the difference between bringing these things together and telling you it's a secret? This is why I want you to understand crapping in your cranium. Let's continue.
All media and poll watchers were told to leave State Farm Arena because ballot counting was going to stop. But Ruby and her daughter and 3 others remained behind at State Farm Arena. They pulled boxes of ballots out from under the table that was placed there in the morning and distributed them to several counting stations.
Back to Fulton County, Georgia right now, where our reporter Blaine Alexander apparently has some new reporting on the expectations for that count.
Well, Rachel, we've learned that the counting continues tonight. You know, right here in State Farm Arena behind me, we've learned that there are 5 people who are still inside, still working to scan those absentee ballots and try and get those numbers tabulated. Now, initially, we were told that everybody went home at about 10:30, but I just got off the phone with the county spokesperson who tells me that indeed there are still some people in there quite literally burning the midnight oil, scanning ballot after ballot and trying to get that information in.
And Blaine, specifically, you said 5 people are inside that building. That's 5 actual individuals who are working on all the absentees in Fulton County right now? Just 5? Wow. Talk about having the sort of fate of the nation in your hands.
Ruby is seen here in this video running the
In the video, did you see a crime? Put it in chat if you saw a crime. Now remember, we're going by court rules. Court rules for prosecutable criminal evidence. Did you witness a crime? Now, statistically, you know something's off. So don't throw that shit back to me. We're talking about in the eyes of the court. Put it in chat. Now, here's what's up. In the eyes of the court, you don't know where those boxes came from. You don't know what was in those boxes. Some of them stayed. They admitted it on open TV. So you got to understand how the media plays into this stuff. They admitted it on open TV. That releases them of the culpability. Well, we stopped counting, but as people were leaving, we noticed, well, maybe if we just do it with less people, we decided to do it that way. We just kept counting because we knew we needed to get it done. Do you understand the media gave them the pass card to show it wasn't nefarious? They fucking meant it. You see our reporter. They meant it. They're dedicated. That's how this works. That's how this works. But see, the bottom line is you don't know what's in those cases. There's no law against putting the cases underneath. It looks bad, right? That's how they do this in the wash. But what's the one thing in Fulton County they refused to release at all cost? Name it. They know there's video out there. What is the one thing in Fulton County? Only one thing they absolutely refuse to release. The physical ballots. Why? Because the physical ballots tell the story. And only one place in the world audited the physical ballots. They knew if that happened, they're in a world of shit. By the way, we had it approved. We were about to do it. And GOP operatives killed it and made sure we didn't get the physical ballots, which to this day, we still don't have them. Now, is it a crime to send people home? No. Does it say how many people must be counting ballots? No. Does it say you have to have observers? Yes. Did they send observer homes? Yes. But is that a crime? No, it's not a crime. At best, it's maladministration. I knew. I was the expert for the court. I already knew they rescanned them. I already knew we could catch them and show they counted them twice. All of that was to be kept secret. Why? To get the physical ballots. We knew we would catch them. We knew our forensics would show what machines, who did it, when and where. What happened? The GOP person did a video on social media showing you how duplicates are caught, stuff that should have never been talked about. What happened to that person that released it? He was promoted the next year to the vice chair of the GOP. Physical ballots are where you document the crime they can't get away from. Machines continue to perpetrate the crime.
Exact same stack of ballots to the machine 3 times. Other workers do the same. Note that a large surge in Biden votes can be observed after this tabulation at 0634 Greenwich Mean Time, which is 1:34 a.m. in Georgia, just after the time in question. You may ask, can a ballot really be counted more than once? Here is your answer from Coffee County, Georgia.
Can you scan a ballot more than once?
I've just done it.
I'm talking about
That's
you
the
just,
same batch that she's been doing.
you just keep scanning.
Yeah. I just kept scanning that same.
You just keep something.
I just scanned the same batches that y'all just voted. I never got any more until that one.
I don't know why they approve such a system.
Ruby allegedly posted this later on social media. Of course, the mainstream media calls this misinformation, and most references to these videos have been deleted from internet search results. Apple News, the morning of the election, sent out a push message to Apple News subscribers that elections are secure. So if it's true that election fraud is rare, what about Raquel Rodriguez? She was recently arrested for election fraud in Texas because of overwhelming video evidence incriminating herself that she was harvesting ballots for pay.
Okay, so a few questions. Surge of ballots, those late night ones, which they already told you were the early voting or absentee voting, which means by mail. How do the Democrats fight this? Well, they tell you, okay, that Democrats vote primarily by mail. Is that true? They tell you that the Democrats vote primarily by mail. I'm going to do a reset here, folks. Hang on. It's going to be a quick reset. Okay, I got a wonky system glitch, but it's okay. So they tell you that the Democrats primarily vote by mail, which is technically true. If you were to look at the historical data, okay, you would find that there is a larger majority of voters that are Democrat that will use the mail-in ballot. But let me ask you a question. Ready? The voters that vote by mail, which is a Democrat initiative, pushed heavy in Democrat areas, and they keep on telling you that that's the primary way Democrat voters vote. You ever wonder, our country's heavily conservative, but why is our Congress kind of split equally? You ever thought about that? Do you think people that have absolute hard morals in a country that's primarily red, well, they just happen to vote 50-50 on a lot of stuff? No, it's all red. Now, let me ask you a question. They keep on telling you that Democrats primarily vote by mail. Now, let me ask the question a different way. Are those Democrats actually real voters? Different question. They say Democrats vote primarily by mail, heavy turnout. I'm asking you a different question. Yes. See, Scott, you got it right. That's the cover story for cheating. Well, of course, you're going to see it rise when they run them because it's primarily Democrats that do it. Well, the next question I'm asking, is that actually a voter? See, now, when it comes down to it, and you want to nail the paper, because you could actually audit that. You could find it. Are they real? Are they illegal? Are they dead? Are they really a voter? We know we got the ballot in, but that doesn't mean they're real or a citizen, right? Or not dead. We have no clue. So you realize in that part of it, to keep the mail shit going, they can't clean the voter rolls. Because what they're actually saying is we have so much banking on that you can't see by getting a mail-in ballot out there. That's how we actually manipulate the numbers. But what do the Democrats do when you want to clean the voter rolls? What do they tell you?
So you have a centralized statewide voter roll that's on networked machines, servers. It has a public-facing internet interface. That's it. That's all I need to know that it's blown. That's a centralized statewide voter roll that was mandated by Help America Vote Act. They have these all over the country. And it's not just that you have a public-facing internet interface to it, but multiple organizations have what's called an API, or an application programming interface. In other words, a machine-to-machine interface into that voter roll. And I'm telling you this because when people say, well, we have to clean up the voter rolls, it's true that they're not following the law. It's true that they're not in good faith maintaining them in accordance with Title 52 that requires that the voter rolls be both secure and accurate. That's a requirement imposed on the secretaries of state who've received the Help America Voting Act and CARES Act funding to maintain those voting systems. What nobody's going to tell you, but I'm going to tell you, is you cannot clean those rolls. You're sweeping a dirt floor.
I'm sorry. I misquoted you there. That wasn't the Democrats telling you don't do the voter rolls. That's Republicans, Mike Lindell's team, telling you don't do the voter rolls. Oh, wait. Boy, this kind of conflicts. To get rid of mail-in balloting because we can't clean the voter rolls, we got to get rid of the mail-in ballots because we know that's the issue. It's the damn mail-in ballots. We know that. After all the greatest intel agencies in the world, we know that's it. But yet you're going to mail everybody a ballot. And don't worry about it because it's cleaning a voter roll. Just get rid of the machines. How do you tell if a piece of paper came from an illegal or a dead person when they're in drop boxes? I mean, we know it's the mail-in ballot.
So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up.
But what does the GOP and their pundits tell you?
They're not going after the real issue. The real issue is what I just pointed out. It's the algorithms and the electronic. The mail-in ballots are just smoke.
Wait, Turning Point USA, they said, it's the machines. Don't worry about the voter rolls. Why do they keep on pushing the machines? That's right, it's voluntary. President Trump says we're getting rid of mail-in ballots. At the same time, the GOP says, bank your ballot. How do you bank it in advance? You got to get it in advance. Means it's absentee and mail-in. The system doesn't want this corrected. It's plain as day. People just don't pay attention because they play favorites. Oh, I heard Jovan's mean. I've never changed in what I've told you. And only one place has ever had the ballots. It's the system, folks. The system is designed, designed to crap in your cranium. It's the way it works. They don't want it fixed. There's so many bad actors. I'm going to jump ahead. Hang on.
found to be switching votes through
hidden
votes can be observed after. You may ask, can a ballot really be counted more than once? Here is your answer from Coffee County, Georgia.
Can you scan a ballot more than once?
I've just done it.
I'm talking about
That's
you
the
just,
same batch that she's been doing.
you just keep scanning.
Yeah. I just kept scanning that same.
You just keep something.
I just scanned the same batches that y'all just voted. I never got any more until that one.
I don't know why they approved such a system.
Ruby allegedly posted this later on social media. Of course, the mainstream media calls this misinformation, and most references to these videos have been deleted from internet search results. Apple News, the morning of the election, sent out a push message to Apple News subscribers that elections are secure. So if it's true that election fraud is rare, what about Raquel Rodriguez? She was recently arrested for election fraud in Texas because of overwhelming video evidence incriminating herself that she was harvesting ballots for.
Is that a machine crime? Now, I want to point something out because, see, this betrays what they try to tell you. They spend all this time telling you it's the machines, but this lady got arrested. Did she get arrested because she dropped a data card in a machine? If you pay attention, the answer's there. She got arrested because they dealt with the physical crime. What was the physical crime? It has everything to do with the physical ballot. Physical evidence. You got to understand it requires the physical object, not the interpretation. The physical object. That is why she got arrested. The physical object.
That elections are secure. So if it's true that election fraud is rare, what about Raquel Rodriguez? She was recently arrested for election fraud in Texas because of overwhelming video evidence incriminating herself that she was harvesting ballots for pay.
The top ticket to get votes for either Biden. How many votes you think you can deliver for us?
At least. Now, let me ask you a question as you watch this video. Again, I want you to put this together. That's the evidence that sent her to jail. The guy's on the phone. Hey, what's her name, Michelle? I'll just use Michelle. Michelle, I need the password for the machine because I'm thinking I got to stuff in about 50,000 votes and you're the woman to go to. I need the password. Can you give me the password? Or maybe it's another person. Hey, I hear you're the go-to person for votes that rigged the election. Can you tell me where these votes have to be run? Because I want the machine that's compromised. How do we make sure that they use that machine? Can you sneak in and replace the machine? Is that what they're asking of her? Use your own eyes. Is that what they're asking of this person?
Video evidence incriminating herself that she was harvesting ballots for pay.
The top ticket to get votes for either Biden. How many votes you think you can deliver for us?
At least 5,000.
And what are we looking at as far as how much that's going to cost?
For the entire team that I'm looking at 55,000.
So $55,000 for 5,000 votes, top the ticket, either Biden.
If not more, I'm not going to overpromise because remember, we're 16 days till election day.
Hey, can I give you $55,000 to go into the election system and change the numbers? You have all the evidence you need of what puts people in jail. You have all the evidence you need of what they hold back. You have all the evidence you need of what they're terrified of. Why? Because that's prosecutable criminal evidence. They've got to catch you with that ballot. They've got to show the ballot was involved. If they keep on pointing you to the machines, nothing's provable and nothing's enforceable.
Give me cash, you can do whatever you want to do.
$55,000 up front, 5,000 votes.
That's right.
Then there is cybersecurity evidence in the question of whether Dominion voting machines were tampered with over internet connections. Signed affidavits under oath from cybersecurity experts indicate that Dominion voter systems and Edison Research were using an unencrypted VPN with login credentials that were easily accessible and used by foreign adversaries to monitor and
the voting companies and Edison were using unencrypted systems. Unencrypted systems. Now, let me ask you just a question. It should be obvious to you, but maybe it's not. Under what law does the company that gathers Edison data, that gets on the phone and dials up and gets feeds, under what law do they operate when it comes to federal elections or state elections? Name the law they operate under. There isn't any, because they're not subject to any of the voting laws. Any of the voting laws. So it doesn't matter if they run it on an old Texas Instruments calculator that at one time was used to calculate stolen money. Does that matter? No. Now, here's the next question. Even if the machines were talking to the internet and they were sending data to Edison via the internet, is it against the law to have the machines on the internet? Yes or no? Put it in chat. No. And in fact, not only is it not against the law, in the manual of the voting company, they recommend it if you want to be able to track the data. Is the voting company responsible, or the county employee, the supervisor says, boy, I'd really like to see this at home. I want to see this at home. What do I do? I say, well, I can make it, I can do this. We have this software out here from this company. We'll put it on. You can see it as it happens. Okay, do that for me, because I don't want to fucking stand up there all day. Is that a crime? No. Now we go to the county. The county, which it says they didn't have the right encryption software. Is it a crime? No. Why? Because the basic functionality, accessibility, and security capabilities are 100% voluntary. That means if Sparky over here and Radar are here, and they're the two tech people, and Sparky uses this and Radar uses this, they get to use their own judgment. Why? Because it's all voluntary.
Signed affidavits under oath from cybersecurity experts indicate that Dominion voter systems and Edison Research.
By the way, I want to remind you, cybersecurity experts under oath, FBI investigators under oath, swore under oath 51 times that President Trump was an agent of Russia. It must be true. You have signed oaths.
Research were using an unencrypted VPN with login credentials that were easily accessible and used by foreign adversaries to monitor and manipulate votes. The IP addresses into the Edison Research host servers went in both directions, meaning that not only were China and Iran and other...
Oh my God. Did you hear that? Did you know that China and Iran, fucking even Borat from Film My Krakistan, were watching the Edison data on the Edison servers? Well, let me ask you a question. If, in fact, we have 190 countries in the world, Do you think foreign adversaries would try to be watching what's going on so they know what they need to do instead of waiting for the news announcement? Just put it in chat. Okay? Just put it in chat. Just put it in chat. Now, let me show you something. Okay? Here's Edison data. Now, I already told you the voluntary research part of this, right? Edison is widely used by news organizations, including the Associated Press, CNN, and others, on election nights. This is not the official source of votes, but rather a private company's data aggregation and reporting service. So let me get this straight. On a company that does not at all have anything to do with the elections other than they aggregate data, what you have discovered is, that the Edison server had the Chinese looking at it. Well, I'm telling you what, I bet your damn bippy every single country in the world has all their hackers on it. And if they can cause shit, they will. It's called espionage. But you got to understand that you don't have any election laws regarding Edison data. None, not a one. Here's the only laws that apply to them. Now, I got to just ask you a question. If every single country in the world was at the Edison servers, which he said, and even down to the state, read it, fucking weep. Edison data is unofficial. It does not trigger state retention or public records obligations. Only the states have the duties, and they're now telling you, and I'm asking you, is this prosecutable evidence? Holy shit. The Chinese were in the Edison server.
Then there is cybersecurity evidence in the question of whether Dominion voting machines were tampered with over internet connections. Signed affidavits under oath from cybersecurity experts indicate that Dominion voter systems and Edison Research were using an unencrypted VPN with login credentials that were easily accessible and used by foreign adversaries to monitor and manipulate votes. The IP addresses into the Edison Research host service went in both directions, meaning that not only were China and Iran and other countries accessing the...
Now, let me ask you a question. Now, this is a highly technical one. Okay. If Edison data, okay. Now, I want to remind you what Edison data is. Do you guys remember what Edison data is? This is key. I want you to pay attention. I'm not going to trick you. I'm just going to ask you a very direct question. Pay attention to the question. If Edison data is a feed of their own creation that is pulled by the television networks into their studios so that they can put these graphics up on the screen. Follow me here. If the Edison data, which we know is unofficial public data, and what they do is they sell a feed to the TV network so they can do this. Now, this is a statistical question. Do you think there are other countries around the world that would be doing newscast about the election of the most important position in the world, the United States president? Would other countries be broadcasting that information? You bet your fucking Natas, because they're buying the same damn product, because they're doing a television broadcast too. Oh, by the way, don't forget, CNN has satellites there. They take their own feeds. Are you kidding me? Edison can post anything they want. Edison can even fake the data to freak you out and think somebody's winning or losing. They do it all the time. The Edison data is a function of money. You want to pay it, I'm going to give it. You want an Edison feed? Write the damn check. But our cybersecurity experts found that foreign countries were in a two-way dialogue. Well, see, Edison data has data. Brussels sprouts, it's a country you don't know of, they're all vegetarians, says, I want the data. It goes, sucks it out of the system. Edison goes, here, Brussels sprouts, you have a key. Here's the new update. It's a two-way dialogue. It's governed on a server.
Upfront, 5,000 votes.
That's right.
Then there is cybersecurity evidence in the question of whether Dominion voting machines were tampered with over internet connections. Signed affidavits under oath from cybersecurity experts indicate that Dominion voter systems and Edison Research were using an unencrypted VPN with login credentials that were easily accessible and used by foreign adversaries to monitor and manipulate votes. The IP addresses into the Edison Research host service went in both directions, meaning that not only were China and Iran and other countries accessing the servers, but also Edison Research was communicating back to these adversaries.
So let me get this right. A company that dials to get the information on their own software and stuff that actually doesn't fucking reside on the machines sells a feed to China or Bulgaria or Philmicraciania. Philmicraciania decides they want to change it. They send it back to Edison. Edison goes, we have a change from Philmicraciania. Where does it go? Oh, it goes to this little county here. Let's send it back and change it. How does that work? Just tell me, how does that work? Let me ask you an honest question. So far, what you've seen in this part, now you're the jury, you have the facts. Is this prosecutable criminal evidence? For the court, I want to let you know we have proof. Edison Data, which collects its own data, owns its own data, sells it to network. We have found that China bought that feed so they could watch and observe the elections and get the data in real time, and therefore they had access to the Edison data. They changed the election. Prosecute. Give it to me. Tell me if you'll prosecute. Be honest. But see, you hear, oh, Edison data. Oh, this. Tampered with. This. They have shit in our craniums on this, folks. And the reason they have shit in our craniums is because, as I just showed you, only the paper gets the prosecution. The system has only kept you away from the actual investigation of the paper. It's the only thing they keep everybody away from. And everybody that spews shit, spews public shit that anybody can get, and then tell you it's a crime. The audit was their shit. The actual literally election, every aspect. But that's what they won't let you see. Why do you not put two and two together? Why do you not? You hear for 4 years, we got all the PCAP data, every bit of it, every county. The state guys are going to be here. The legislators are going to be here. Every fucking network in the world's going to be here. I expect 1 billion people to watch. We're going to show us how it's done. But then when it gets to court, said, well, we never really had it. But what did it do for 4 years? Suck all of the air out of the room. Exactly 2 weeks before we started releasing this data. But you see a woman locked up, what you see in handcuffs, and going to jail and getting prosecuted because why? The paper ballots.
Claims that Dominion voting machines were not connected to the internet are completely false.
Who made the claim that Dominion machines were not connected to the internet? I want some prosecutable evidence. Who made the claim that Dominion machines were not connected to the internet? Dominion did not say that. Dominion, testifying in court in front of Congress, said, quote, "We do not make machines that connect to the internet. We do not make machines that have a modem." Dominion told the truth. The machines are Dells, HPs, right? The systems are designed to be what they call air-gapped. That's the design. You can read it. You can see it. Read the manual, which I showed you years ago, says, hey, county, hey, election officials, if you want to see the results, just go get a third-party program and connect this into your LAN. Did Dominion do that? This has all been a setup from the beginning. See, you can't prove Dominion did it. So they buttered you up, telling you it was Dominion voting machines when it's Dominion voting systems. They're a software company. They got you to say Dominion, Dominion. And you know why they won all their fucking cases? Because they don't make the machine. But they got you to say it. I can show you how much words matter, and everybody will just get pissed off. I can show you Edison data is unfucking official, but it was the Edison data. I can show you all the rules of development, but they're not supposed to have accessibility, and they didn't do security. It's voluntary. Words matter. I think the raccoon called me yesterday, said I was a grifter extraordinaire. I'm grifting. Remember, I told you watch for the people that say this because we're having to now, for the very, very first time, get public help and support after we've got $3 million in it. I told you to watch for who says that. But that's also the fellow that swears he met Dennis Montgomery. He personally vetted all the PCAPs and they're real. But then Mike Lindell goes to court and says, well, we never really had him. We never got him. Who's lying?
Cybersecurity experts have followed the communication of the data from Dominion voting servers and Edison Research to foreign countries. A simple web search will uncover that DominionVotingSystems.com is registered to a company in Hunan, China. 3 of the 7 board members of UBS Securities.
Who decides? Hang on.
That company
Who decides where your domain was purchased from? It depends upon where you buy your contract. The contract for domain systems is a global contract. In the old days, it used to be network solutions. Then it looked like it was going to be a monopoly, so I had it open it up for all countries. Many countries have been consolidating it because they're building data centers. So you don't really know when you're buying your domain that you may be buying it from China or from Russia. It's the domain registrar. Does that prove anything? I just want to know. Is that physical proof of election tampering? If you have your own domain and it happened to come out of China, are you a criminal? If I can show that you communicate with China back and forth, are you an agent? Are you an illegal person? Fucking, I'm sending you to jail. You got WhatsApp on your phone, and I can prove it. You're in a daily dialogue back and forth with China. If that was to stand as the rule of law, every American with WhatsApp would go into prison. That's not evidence. That's not evidence. What we need to fix this is prosecutable criminal evidence. What's lacking in all of this is prosecutable evidence. But he's a hero. He worked on it. He's a hero. He's a hero. He's with Mike Lindell. But people won't call him out. This is where people have short attention spans and don't pay attention.
Owns Staple Street Capital, which in turn owns Dominion. On top of that, the Dominion software is licensed from Smartmatic, which is a Venezuelan-owned and controlled company, and we're all familiar with how their elections go. Furthermore, forensic audits of the machines reveal significant errors. Although the mainstream media and politicians are saying that it's dangerous misinformation that Dominion voting systems are unsecure, this was the very message that several left-leaning news sources were claiming.
Okay. I stopped the screen there for a reason. You are watching a hackathon. Have you seen any of these hackathons? Yes or no? Put it in chat. Have you seen anybody on TV, quote unquote, hacking the elections, the machines being hacked? You seen any of them? Many of you have. You've probably seen documentaries on it, etc. Have you seen hackathons? Have you watched hackathons or seen stories about hackathons where hackers get together and hack voting machines? Yes or no? Now, the reason I'm showing you this is when you watch these things, you're watching the machine that stopped production in 2007. These machines are old, outdated machines. There's a reason they're old and outdated, because they've been cycled through. And in fact, right now you can go on eBay and Craigslist, you can find voting machine scanners and all kinds of stuff. Now, if you get a hold of them in your possession, could you hack them? Yes, you could. Now, let me ask you a question. I bring to a witness stand. I'm the prosecuting attorney. Son, what's your name? Edgar. Tell me about yourself. I'm 12. I like to play games. I'm really good at Call of Duty, and I know a lot about software. Okay, Edgar, why are you here today? Because I proved that a machine could be hacked, and I proved it on TV. Which machine, Edgar, did you hack? I hacked the automark. Well, what'd you find, son? Well, if I could get to an automark, I can write a program on my device, and I can jack into it with my device, and I could take it over, and I could change the votes. Did you do that in the election, son? No. Are you admitting you hacked election, son? Are you just admitting to us you hacked election? No, I did it at the hackathon. Oh, you mean somebody where they give old machines that aren't used and you see if you can hack it, and it's a competition of who can do it the fastest? And I won. Is that evidence? Honest question, folks. Is that evidence? Again, we're going to take a little break. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Do this. True me. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Ready? Do this. Can you do that? Now do this. Close, turn. Now do this. One more time. Please do it. Put your hands up. Can you do this? Now, turn this way. Can you do this? You mean you can make a fist and beat people to death and you can pull the trigger of a gun? You're going to prison. I just proved you can do it. I just proved you can beat people to death. I just proved you can pull the trigger of a gun. You're fucking going to prison. Is that how the law works? Is that how the law works? See, you got to understand that is not how the law works. And so, although it sounds nice, why do they do hackathons? For attention, to find people with skills. It's a competition. Is it hacking our votes during the election? Did you find professors from Michigan at 175,000 voting precincts, and they all had a paperclip and a pen going behind the machines going, Biden's going to win. Did you see that? You saw it in court with an outdated machine, but did you see it in the precincts? Just because something can be done doesn't mean it was done. I work hard to try to help people understand the idiosyncrasies of this. It's a big deal. It really is a big deal. Okay? And you have to be able to understand how it works. You've got to be able to understand how this works. Okay? Now, I think I've got the right piece pulled up. I want to show you. I think I have the right one. Pray I do. I want to show you somebody showing you how easy it is to swap votes and change votes. Now, I want you to understand. Now, the reason I'm doing this exercise is there is only one set of evidence that has everything it needs in impeccable shape to present to the courts to show, not theory, but prosecutable evidence. Okay? Because that's what it comes down to. Is it prosecutable evidence? Now, I want to show you an expert hacking an election.
So this first ballot is for Jorgensen. Yeah. This ballot is for Biden. Next ballot is for Biden. The next ballot is for Trump. 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 And that's the 7th one. Okay, we finished our election. We've done 7, so now we're going to close the polls. Now, while it's printing this, I will point out the modification that we made. What we did is for the presidential race, we swapped Biden and Trump votes. We did not change the senatorial race, and we swapped the congressional race. So that's what we're looking for. What we see is Joe Biden got 4, Donald Trump got 2, and Joe Jorgensen got 1. So you'll notice Biden and Trump votes are swapped. In the presidential race, what you notice now is Joe Biden has 4, Donald Trump has 2, Joe Jorgensen has 1. So what you see is the results now match the tape printout here. So when you do the canvass, they will match. But they're not correct. They don't match the ballots.
In the following video example, CNN experiences an on-camera switch in their reporting for the state of Pennsylvania. The county source is feeding live on television a count of 1,690,589 votes for Trump and 1,252,537 votes for Biden. The time is approximately 11:08, 28 seconds Eastern Standard. The next time Pennsylvania is shown on the screen, there are 1,670,631 votes for Trump and 1,272,495 votes for Biden. The time is approximately 11:09, 1 second Eastern Standard. Live on television, CNN demonstrated a 19,958 exact vote switch from candidate Trump to candidate Biden. This means Trump lost nearly 40,000 votes.
Larry Elder, but also about the comparison, California versus, say, Florida and Texas on COVID. If your Keith Newsom number stays anywhere close to that, other government's going to think that it's a mandate
Where did they go?
California to continue those policies, which will be a national debate heading into the 2020.
Now, I don't know if that let you go. I think that was let my people go. So if you're owned by somebody, if you're owned by a professor, you're let go. Did you see the hacking of an election? Did you watch in that demonstration the hacking of an election? Not even close. Not even a current machine, not even the machine software. It's a demo that runs on that computer that gets exactly the results they want. Yes, you're putting in ballots. That's all smoke and mirrors. They show a computer can do it with no regards for the paper. But was that prosecutable criminal evidence? You saw the computers do it. They're all voluntary. But you see in the demo, what does it push you to? The voluntary machines. What do they show you as evidence? The numbers on television, which are somebody else's data, not evidence. What do they keep you away from? The actual paper. Even in that demo, you know what it proves? It is the actual paper. It is only the actual paper that shows exactly what happened. I could play it back for you. Where does the truth lie? In his little ticker tape? In the machine? In what was shown on TV? Where's the truth in that? How do you prove it? Well, you look at the actual ballots. And what did all the guys tell you? Arizona odd was a grift. It's the machines. It's not the ballots. That's a con. It is not the ballots. The ballots is just misdirection. They're trying to get you misdirected, right? Listen to the person that didn't qualify for the Arizona audit, but one of the people which helped compromise the Arizona audit hired to look at the envelopes, didn't find enough to make a difference, but did show some things missing. Listen to him about what he thinks about the ballots.
They're not going after the real issue. The real issue is what I just pointed out. It's the algorithms and the electronic. The mail-in ballots are just smoke. The voter suppression, that's not, the real issue is the fact that we have electronic voting machines where they can flip votes.
Now, let me get this right, because all kinds of people do this. Arizona trotted them in, everything else. You believe people, if they named themselves after a jungle animal or a forest animal, or somebody who screams on TV, it's the machines, it's the machines, it's the machines, we're going to melt them into prison bars. After all the evidence in, and this guy tells you the truth.
So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have
Now, I'm going to go back. You just watched the whole thing that told you was the machines while you saw with your eyes, where's the physical evidence? You heard them tell you by matching it with the TV number, changing it was fraud, while right in front of you, you saw the only way to see what really happened is the paper. But what does the GOP do? Just like President Trump, get rid of the mail-in ballots. They say bank your vote because they trot out people they hope you like to keep you away from it.
They're not going after the real issue. The real issue is what I just pointed out. It's the algorithms and the electronic. The mail-in ballots are just smoke. The voters.
I want you to watch. They always deceive themselves. See, they'll tell you everything you want to hear. They'll tell you it's the machines. I'm going to play the one video again as I get wrapping up. They tell you it's the machine. They use the numbers on TV to convince you of it. But ask yourself, where is the real evidence?
So this first ballot is for Jorgensen. Yeah. This ballot is for Biden. Next ballot is for Biden. The next ballot is for Trump. 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 And that's the 7th one. Okay, we finished our election. We've done 7, so now we're going to close the polls. Now, while it's printing this, I will point out the modification that we made. What we did is for the presidential race, we swapped Biden and Trump votes. We did not change the senatorial race, and we swapped the congressional race. So that's what we're looking for. What we see is Joe Biden got 4, Donald Trump got 2, and Joe Jorgensen got 1. So you'll notice Biden and Trump votes are swapped. In the presidential race, what you notice now is Joe Biden has 4, Donald Trump has 2, Joe Jorgensen has 1. So what you see is the results now match the tape printout here. So when you do the canvass, they will match. But they're not correct. They don't match the ballots.
In the following video example, CNN experiences an on-camera switch in their reporting for the state of Pennsylvania. The county source is feeding live on television a count of 1,690,589 votes for Trump and 1,252,537 votes for Biden. The time is approximately 11:08, 28 seconds Eastern Standard. The next time Pennsylvania is shown on the screen, there are 1,670,600.
Now, I want you to think about this. You can see that in the documentary. Everybody held, look, it's proof, it's proof. They actually show you how it occurs, and they actually show you where the truth exclusively can be found. And where is that? Where is that? The ballots. Always has been. They'll do it right in front of your eyes. Right in front of your eyes. And the words will completely take you away from the paper, and you go, oh, holy shit, their paper's different. They literally will do it right in front of your eyes, but make you look at the machines, where all of it is voluntary. Every single freaking bit of it is voluntary. Here's the bottom line. The full forensic audit conducted in Arizona, over 2 million ballots, right? Processed. And I want you to understand the numbers, because this is what's key. Processed 20,895,610 digital images of varying formats. It produced 208 million individual files of forensic evidence. It did over 58 billion forensic measurements. All of this can be duplicated. And it did over 2 trillion based computations, not on a theory, but on exactly what the county provided happened in the election. And it caught every one of these along the way. Showed everywhere it happened. Here it is. Here's how they did it. Here's what they did. But you've got told it's the machines, it's the machines, it's the machines, it's the machines. We're in a crisis. I've never done a fundraiser before, ever. We funded this all out of pocket, right? Got a little bit of funding to do what we do. Our contract was $210,000 to do 2 million ballots. We spent over 3. But where they try to break you is to make you get rid of the evidence. The key is we are still in audit mode. We are still open. That basically makes it still an ongoing live investigation. It's not been closed. It's not been terminated. But we have to be able to withstand it. I'm telling you, they're going to do this in the 26th election, in the midterms. They're going to take all the down tickets. You're still going to think it's the machines, and everybody hand counting. You can hand count legal ballots voted illegally and not know where they come from. Hand counting is only one portion of it. We need your help. That's the way it is. We have to keep this evidence pristine all the way through the midterms. Please go to our Give, Send, Go. And I think it's funny. I look at somebody like Stacey Abrams raising, what, $2 billion from the public? And here we are on the conservative side. I'm not going to wear a cross on the outside of my shirt to try to convince you something of what I want you to think about me. I'm just going to show you the evidence. I'm just going to show you the facts. Always have it, never changed from day one. We need to keep this evidence protected. I appreciate you. Share this program. We must very quickly make this goal.
Our courts are based on clear and convincing evidence. Want convictions? Want justice? For what happened in the 2020 election? Then we need your help. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The decision you make in the next few moments could decide whether we ever get our elections fixed or not. Here's why. Trump campaign and allies file 64 different lawsuits. They all went down in flames. 100% of these cases were presented on "It's the machines," or "The machines changed the votes," or "The voting company executive said he would make sure Donald J. Trump would not win." They all went down in flames. Why? You can't bring theories to court as evidence. No supposed Zoom call or six-degree polynomial math theory or census data is or ever will be proof of fraud. You can't bring theories to court as evidence. Here's why. In both civil and criminal law, the side making a claim carries the burden of proof, and prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Without physical or otherwise verifiable evidence, a case cannot meet this high threshold. Physical evidence is the key. The question is, did anyone get relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election? And the answer is yes, absolutely. The full forensic audit of Maricopa County, Arizona is the only evidence-gathering work which gathered relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election. Evidence so damning that the system, the deep state, and those who pull the strings of this country have fought to keep it hidden and have hoped to have it be forgotten to time. Almost $3 million invested in time, funds, and efforts to unlock that which the system wanted hidden. But now, that evidence is in danger of being lost forever. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. With the 2026 midterms coming up, the system is going to try to lame duck President Trump and then most likely introduce new impeachment proceedings. This is the evidence which will help win the war which is surely to come. We need to keep Maricopa County full forensic investigation and archives secure and ongoing. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We need your help securing the full forensic audit archives. Don't allow the only testable, objective, and reliable 2020 election evidence fall into obscurity. Millions were spent on getting it documented and tested. This is historic evidence. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County full forensic audit archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. Please donate now.